Hello everybody and welcome to tonight's coverage of the Touring Kart Challenge League. This evening, we're excited to be bringing you coverage from all the action from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway as TKC has its version of the Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast. Maconi Entertainment is here in Daytona Beach, Florida to bring you action from all types of racing, including the weekly Fast Friday series. No matter what you're racing, we can bring the action to life. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside the booth tonight is Alex Porteris with Brendan Laster in the booth alongside. DJ Line is working the controls as a producer for tonight's TKC Daytona 500. Also, as we get set to go for this race. Lots to talk about when it comes to this evening. Daytona on the docket. And when it comes to Daytona International Speedway, Alex, there's a lot to think about. Of course, for TKC, though, it's their big race. A chance to come away a few $100s richer this evening.
Well, absolutely, and covering more than 1,500 miles worth of this track over the past week. This one is sure to be a barn burner. Here at Daytona Beach, Florida, this track provides some of the best racing, and not only in NASCAR, but on iRacing's virtual motorsport simulation as well. Here from the high banks of Daytona, we can see all types of racing. Tonight, we're likely to see pack racing between 3 different packs, and many more. Daytona Beach, Florida, Florida, USA, opened in 1959, 31 degrees of banking, 2.5 miles long. Tonight should be a great race, and I am just absolutely excited to be here. 500 miles, 200 laps for a $200 prize. Brayton, what do you think?
I think it's going to be one of the best races we've seen under the TKC banner. A lot of these guys don't necessarily have that oval experience. So to see the point schedule or the point standings there, it's not a points race tonight, but just to give you a sneak peek of what's going on behind the scenes, a lot of these guys have been doing this NASCAR style racing the past couple months. And finally, they're able to show it tonight. They have a ton of TKC branded guys and a ton of non-TKC guys trying to steal some money. So I think it's going to be a great show for these guys and try to keep the money on home turf.
And in turn, a lot of these drivers, no surprise, racing this evening and looking to make sure they're amongst the starters in this race tonight here at Daytona. There's a lot to be said when it comes to the race in turn. There's a lot to be said in terms of what the drivers have to say. One of the drivers standing on by here for tonight's festivities is Seven Hawthorne. Seven, first things first, welcome to the broadcast booth. Second things second, we're getting ready for the TKC Daytona 500. How are you feeling about this year's running?
I'm feeling pretty good about this year's running. I'm very excited. Happy to be here at Daytona. You know, such a prestigious track. Everyone wants to win here. So very happy to have the opportunity to participate in this year's 500.
Of course, you're amongst those currently scheduled to start in the top 10, 6th in the qualifying session. That's in its final few moments here. In turn, what has the preparation been like from your side, but also in terms of what we've seen with TKC, with the effort being put in throughout the driver's season so far for tonight?
Yeah, it was obviously a lot of preparation, a lot of nerves coming into Daytona. I spent most of the time seeing how to qualify here. You know, I haven't been the best at super speedway qualifying, so very happy to be starting the top 10 here tonight. And yeah, the preparation's just been talking with my teammate of what we're going to do during this race and how we're going to execute. And all of our knowledge from the TKC, Daytona, Atlanta, all the super speedways is all going to translate into this race tonight. So hoping for the best here.
With that being said, what's it going to take for you and or one of your teammates to get the dub tonight?
Really just stay out of trouble. I mean, it's such a long race, 200 laps. This is going to be probably the longest race we've ever done. So there's no need to charge to the front on lap 1 and stay up there. It's so many things that are going to happen. We can crash, run out of fuel. So really just stay out of trouble and drive to the front when it matters most.
Well, good luck here tonight in this one. Once again, 6th starting spot. That's how you did in qualifying. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Seven Hawthorne coming away in the top 10 of qualifying, taking the time to speak with us before the racetrack tonight. With that being said, let's take a quick look towards trackside. It's time for the national anthem. Let's stand for your U.S. national anthem here from Daytona. That was your U.S. national anthem as we get set to go racing 200 laps, 500 miles here at this 2.5-mile circuit in the NASCAR Next Gen Cars for the TKC Daytona 500. 38 drivers made it in time to qualify and get themselves to the racetrack for tonight's festivities. Currently, competitors are in the process of running to the grid. Here's a look at how they'll run here tonight. Daryl Young starts on the pole tonight in the 71 machine. He'll look to try and keep the pace early alongside Alex Penn in the 30. Row number 2 features an interesting combo. You have Steve Tucker in the 1 machine. And then how about one of the drivers racing at Daytona in a couple days? Robbie Lyons, one of the drivers who races in multiple divisions in NASCAR, including the Xfinity Series, the Craftsman Truck Series, and the ARCA Menard Series. He'll start 4th tonight. Christian Abadi starts off in the top 5. He'll start alongside our interview moments ago in 7 Hawthorne. The next group of drivers is led by Zachary Ward. Alongside him, continuing the gauntlet of multiple super speedway races, one of the drivers who competed in the Podium 500 just last night, Kenny Reel. Then rounding at your top 10 here in this one, Alexander, Derek Moore, and one of the interesting drivers to keep an eye on, a winner in go-karts here at Daytona, and Indy Cassie.
Woody Casey has seen a lot of success in the actual TKC League. Not only has he won on a couple of road courses, he's been close on the plate tracks as well. Definitely an interesting story to look at there. Then going down the rest of the grid, it's Owen Kauser in the 04 machine alongside Corey English in the 55. Both those line up 11th and 12th respectively, setting the exact same lap time. They're tied for the 6th row. Then going on to David Gage and Joe Wertmer, as we had a 3-way tie, actually, and then the 13 is a 3-7-9, so just one off. Then going down the rest of the grid for 15th and 16th, it's Nick Frangelolis and David De Silva there in 16th as well. Very close on lap times, as then we go on to Pierre Thompson and Nathan Lavenduri, I think that's how you say his last name. Apologies if misspoken. Then it's Nick Olson and Pierce Cone Pierce Cone in the Ford number 15 to 49.401.
And Brandon Devine's going to be the first driver outside the top 20. Devine had a podium finish in the TKC NASCAR Series last week on Washington. One of the road course drivers trying to get some super speedway action tonight. Andrew McConneville beside him starting 22nd. Christian Barker 23rd. And Mike Vano in 24th. Carl Burke in 25th. Christian Leonard got second the last time the TKC Series visited Daytona in the NASCAR Series. That was a couple months ago. He starts 26th tonight. Kyle Manger 27th. Ryan Kabashian, an iRacing rookie, very limited experience. Most of his experience comes from street stocks at Charlotte in the rookie classes, so he's looking for a first major win, and might as well this be the place to get it. Colin Grace behind him in 29th. Tristan Cotton in 30th. Kane Vandemark in 31st, Alex Anderson 32nd, Matt Haas in 33rd. That's a driver looking for one of his first big oval TKC Sanction Series wins. Philip Drobozinski in 34th, Stephen Crone, uncle to Pierce Crone in 35th, Jake Ennis 36th, and we had 2 drivers not electing to take a time, and that's Tate Cawthorn in 37th and Peter Ederman in 38th.
That's what we talked about, Matt, the runner here tonight. 38 drivers running for 200 laps. Now, a couple things to consider. This race has a very hot racetrack to start, 87 degrees Fahrenheit, 72 the air temp. Like we've seen in the Podium 500, actually, just yesterday, the winds currently to the east around 78 miles per hour. Keep in mind, it is not in terms of constant weather for this race compared to those who launched yesterday. This is going to shuffle throughout the race, as you already see with the number. Also keep in mind, there is one faster pair available in the pit lane for tonight in this race, and in turn, these drivers will be racing for an estimated $200 for the checker flag. In turn, 45 drivers initially signed up for tonight's race, and now we look to see which out of the 38 who made it to the grid take the checkered flag here. Alex, the big question's on, what are your keys to win at this track, in this race, in this car, for 500 miles?
500 miles is a trek for sure, and the number one tip that anyone can have is always keep the car and keep the nose clean. If you can escape out of Daytona with an unscratched car, you might have been graced by the gods themselves. But, in other words, find your teammates as well. find some people on the racetrack you can hook up and work with well, because for 500 miles, that's a long distance to cover by yourself. And it makes it better and easier in the end with a little help from the rest of the people on the grid. Have some drivers camps too, riding on board with the 04 before we get started here on the grid still. But some of these key points that you have to know is, again, you have to know who are your friends and who are your enemies. Got to keep the car clean and hopefully avoid all the trouble, because the big one is the big one at Daytona. And at these plate tracks with this car, and especially with this package, we could see some big close pack racing. So one big tip: avoid the big one. It's no if, it's when the big one strikes.
Of note, by the way, there are no stages or competition cautions. Drivers did make sure to confirm that before tonight's running of the 500 miles and 200 laps. In turn here, Brayton, you're amongst the drivers and fellow broadcasters, I should say, who actually will be racing as well here this upcoming week. What do we expect to see from these drivers in turn, from your perspective, from the driver viewpoint?
Yeah, when you throw 38 hungry hippos out there on a track like this, and especially with a new next-gen front bumper, it creates some of the best super speedway racing I think we've seen on the iRacing platform in years. I think you're basically setting up for a perfect storm. You're going to have tons of close racing. Daytona is a track that can go 3 wide, but not that comfortably, but you're going to have people shooting at 4. And I think Alexander talked about it. Survival is going to be the name of the game, and not avoiding the big one if it happens, but when it happens. And you always expect the wars going to a track like this, and you can bring it home in one piece. That's a win in my book.
So Alex Penn amongst those who also have a camera here tonight. He's starting outside front row and has the full VR headset ready to go, along with that fancy PC rig to his left. Lots of space in front. Don't have to worry about the monitor stand. By the way of note, Chris Wetz amongst those in race control here tonight has confirmed there will also be an additional prize for the drivers that have 0x in the furthest up the field. In other words, an incentive to run very clean here. Drivers have a few more moments before they get rolling off the starting grid here this evening. Let's go with picks here. First things first, we'll start with you, Brayton. Who do you think is going to have the best shot to win this race?
I'm going to go with our pre-race interview with Seven Hawthorne. He won the last time the TKC sanctioned race happened here at Daytona back in October with the TKC NASCAR series. He rolls off 6th tonight. I think he's going to be in victory lane when it's all said and done.
What about you, Alex?
Well, honestly, I think my pick, and it's no surprise, I think I'm going to go with Alex Penn here. He's shown speed all throughout consistently in the TKC National Series. Been up close, been close to winning multiple races so many times in these past few weeks. I wouldn't see why he couldn't get it done here in Daytona. Starting second, great field position advantage already. He's in front of the pack and in front of possibly the Rex. So I think he has a great starting position and a great chance to win the race here tonight. He's my pick to go to victory lane.
Dean Connon amongst those who has camera viewpoint, by the way, as they have told the drivers to fire up the engines and roll behind the iRacing pace car. Couple pace laps before we get going. Of note, one driver just had a technical issue. Carla Grace is out of the race due to tech issues. Kind of adds to what we've seen last time out, Braden, at Watkins Glen. It's not been the good past couple of weeks when it comes to Carlin.
Yeah, connection issues are something you got to have perfect at a race like this. Not just keeping your car clean on the track, but we're talking 500 miles at a track this big is a long time. So you got to sit there and keep your hardware, keep your computer able to run for 3-4 hours, keep your wheel not able to fall off for 3-4 hours. So not just having a clean car, but maintaining a physical and emotional state after 3-4 hours is a huge part of success here.
So as they pace for one more lap here, I'd like to remind you tonight's race is presented by Red Mist Podcast. Join as hosts Christian Abadi, Nathan Lavender, and Sean Abadi, where they discuss today's racing and their own racing adventures. New episodes come out weekly. Listen to them on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and or YouTube. And interesting enough, when it comes to last time out too, to touch back to you, Brayton, we've seen a couple of those drivers actually just mentioned make some of their first starts in the series last week, and were very solid. Lavender comes to mind.
Yeah, Lavender got second, I believe, and he's someone that's kind of been on and off of the TKC series. And you would think TKC, we broadcast the NASCAR series here on Maconi Entertainment, but there are so much more. They compete all in the Northeast region and the East Coast, from GoPro Motorplex up to the Northeast tracks there, and go-karts. And so they sit there, and, their community that's been together for years, and they're mainly road course guys. They have a ton of road course series. A lot of these guys racing tonight are previous champions of the previous open wheel TKC series. So some of these guys have like known each other for years, but this is their first race together in a big event like this.
And as they continue to pace along, keep in mind, for those who have never heard of the Touring Kart Championship, it's a series that races across the eastern seaboard when it comes to various different events, including a couple just next month alone in Wallingford, Connecticut, and Allentown, Pennsylvania. In regards to Touring Kart Championship, they've been around since 2021, sanctioning competitive go-kart races, expanding the karting community in turn, including with rental kart sprint and endurance races and the Northeast Karting Challenge. For more information, who wants to learn about that, touringkartchampionship.com to register and compete. And in turn, this race tonight, Alex, this brought a lot of big names. No surprise to see some of the connections built up, especially when it comes to Casey. He brought Robbie Lyons and Nick Olson with them to be one of the bigger teams here this evening.
That's absolutely right. And like I said before, my things to do well here at Daytona, you got to have teammates and people you can work with. And that already starts off as an advantage. Knowing who you can work with and knowing who works best with you is certainly going to be the best things you can have here at Daytona. One of the best things you can also do, avoiding the wrecks and having the people to tell you when the wrecks are happening, is going to be the best possible thing.
Pace car is off. We're glad to have you with us here on Maconi Entertainment. It's the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast. We're underway from Daytona. And already a few drivers at the back looking to stay at the back. Daryl Young wanting to stay at the point. He leads the top side. Steve Tucker, along with Robbie Lyons, working with them as the choo-choo train starts to build up top to start.
And, I'm not really surprised that these guys here, about this top 12 to top 15 here in front, have split into two separate packs now. These two running both different lanes and running far away from each other. Sometimes past this week, we've noted a couple issues with netcode, so they're going to stay as far away from each other as possible, running the complete opposite lanes. And really, I've noticed on the top, they're really not pushing all that much. They're just staying close enough for that bubble to help push them along as Tucker goes up to push the outside lane leader. That's Daryl Young in the 71.
And thinking about some of the racing we've already seen with the next-gen car in the past week or so, the top line's got a lot more momentum to it. There's the same that can be said even more so with the Gen 6 car. However, that's really crossed over as we've seen throughout the weekend in three of the biggest super speedway races on the platform, Brayton, and in turn what we're seeing here tonight. Already, top line becoming pretty prevalent despite having less numbers.
Not just that top line, but that whole front pack. We have a 15-car breakaway between Daryl Young and Pierce Crone leading that, or the last car in that lead pack. And there's over a second gap already from 15th to 16th. Joe Wormturd leading that second group, and they're having a lot of trouble forming up. Some guys dropping to the back, kind of ruin the whole momentum on that first lap. And then again, we have 500 long miles, so there's no problem in really falling back and taking your time. Although Colin Grace, we talked about him earlier, did get back on track, but he's at risk of going a lap down in just a couple laps at the rate we're going.
Yeah, that's going to be a major concern, you'd have to think. It's a major concern, though, too, here when you can't hold on to the draft. Keeping momentum is going to be very critical here, Mr. Throttle. Mm-hmm. And it's not just as simple as holding the throttle down if you want to hold the pack.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. You can't just hold it flat foot and expect to make it throughout this pack. You really got to know how to stay in control of your race car, really see, they always said Dale could see the air, but that's true. You got to see where the air is going, that momentum of that different lane. Look at the absolute numbers difference between the first two packs. We have a lot of people on that bottom side lane on both packs and barely any on the top. But when that top lane gets rolling, it's almost unstoppable. We've seen almost a 3-car lead in front of the bottom lane. So when that momentum goes, you have to take it at the right time.
Go up front, by the way, in the midst of all things, Daryl Young, the pole sitter, continuing to be the Pied Piper up in the front. And so far, no one's been able to get really alongside outside of maybe Penn for about a corner or so. This kind of falls into what we've seen with the package as of late. It was hitting up on Brayton, and in turn, Young is making it extremely difficult to be able to catch up with how much they're working together with Tucker and especially Lyons keeping that line together.
The Alex Pitt has been trying to make that bottom work with help from Christian Abalate, but can't quite make it stick. Like you said, the outside of the line is just so dominant in being able to get the run out of the corner. So far, the entire top 10 of last time by was pretty much the same as far as everyone inside the top 10 still inside the top 10. Only one not was Seven Hawthorne, who got shuffled back on that initial start and is now outside the top 20 after starting 6th. So that second pack, though, is starting to get single file, though. They're on the bottom. I don't think they're really going to be able to make up a whole lot of ground just the way that this package is and not really bump drafting. I mean, they're working together, but I don't think they're going to be able to close up.
Oh, we've had to change up that head of the group, though. Tucker found a way to leapfrog the 71. Is that teamwork coming into play, or is that just a matter of they want to be the leader now, too, here?
Well, surely is a mix-up here in the top half of the pack. You see that outside lane does get smaller with the number of cars as both of the packs behind have started to form up now as a choo-choo train on the bottom starts to roll in. We've only got 5 people on that top side lane, and they're all working together, and now we've got a 2-car tandem to the lead.
Once again, trying to keep that momentum going, Tucker. As you just said, everyone else continue to just now wrap that bottom. The second pack has converged, by the way. All that momentum, though, there's not a lot of people wanting to help. Abadi has continued to remain about half a car length back to the back bumper of that 30 car, not wanting to push it all in the corners, or rather in the straightaways.
Yeah, the high side doesn't really have the numbers as the second pack is going to catch up. I imagine a lot of people are going to start moving up there. But Colin Grace, we talked about him a little bit ago, is now only half a straightaway or so in front. They should catch him in the next 2 or 3 laps at the rate they're going. Everyone, though, still on the lead lap, but not for long. We see Colin Grace there. It's almost painfully slow to see him by ourselves when you're used to looking at a pack. I mean, he's 3 or 4 seconds lap slower. It's just not his fault. That's just his type of racing with the super speedway racing. Having friends is going to be a huge part. Alex Penn going to drop out of the lead pack here and go to the tail.
Yeah, Penn just pulled the ejector cord. That's an interesting call from being up at the front. Did Penn not like what he was seeing, you think?
I mean, I don't know. Usually for me, I like being at the front. If I can be at the front most of the pack and be ahead of all the chaos behind, usually that's a good thing. Even if I'm leading the bottom and there's a train of people 4 or 5 cars ahead of me on the top, at least I know on the bottom I won't pile up into the wreck. I can always try and go lower to avoid it. So maybe he saw something in this group of guys that we don't see yet, as he knows them more than anybody. He's raced with these guys since the start of the TKC season. So maybe he sees something that we don't. Riding on board with a 57 of Brandon Devine from New Jersey. He started 21st, has gained 7 spots on his way to charge through the field. Finds his way in 14th right now.
He's one of the playoff drivers competing in the normal TKC season right now, when it comes to the virtual side at least. Those just trying to follow along, waiting to work together. He's got David De Silva behind. He's got Hohenkauser in front. Now, the interesting thing when it comes to 04 is Kauser's amongst those we've seen a lot of for Fast Fridays as well. It's very interesting to see him come over in this one because it seems like anything that has a Maconi sticker on it, you'll see the 04 car in it.
Yeah, that's one thing that I feel like these drivers are able to use his experience running, doing the Fast Fridays and running in a different variety of races, like I mentioned. A lot of these guys run road courses, and the majority of the TKC guys are road course specialists. They don't have a whole lot of oval, let alone super speedway drafting experience. So as you know, they're working together, trying to figure out as they go. I mean, they have a long race to try and make some moves happen. You know, going with Shane Van Gisbergen in this upcoming week, not a whole lot of experiences learning as you go. But see Colin Grace there on the bottom. That might give the bottom a little bit of advantage. He's running right by the yellow line, and the outside pack's going to fly right by him here, though, going into turn 1.
And that lap car sticks to the bottom. Grace. Looks like no troubles for now. Most of the field staying to the top or the bottom. Well, that's an interesting choice. Lyons had to check up. He didn't want to go middle.
he didn't. Clearly not wanting to try and split the pack he had behind him now. He stays on the bottom side, but that gives the entire top lane an opportunity to stay up by that wall, and that slowed down the entire momentum of the lower lane.
Oh, that was nearly dangerous. That's right in front of Tate Crawthorne. Tempers already flaring. That got very dicey for a lot of drivers.
Very hard when they're on the apron to go up, just suddenly on that 31 degrees banking in the middle of the corner and not lose grip. I mean, they're going 180, 190 miles an hour, and it's flat down there on the apron. But Robbie Alliance you just saw him get checked up there. It's already back up to 4th on the outside, using that roll-up experience. Has a 13th place finish in the Truck Series a couple years ago. He got 17th here in the ARCA race, so me and him actually worked together quite a bit. So looking forward to racing against him again soon. But losing that roll-up experience, the slingshot past that inside pack he was with, and make up kind of lost ground.
And look who's now leading the bottom line. All of a sudden, we've had a few new front runners make their way to the point. That includes Pierre Thompson. Now, Pierre Thompson's been a long-time iRacer. He was once those seen when I first even started on the platform a long time ago. He had one main point forwarded in. After all, he's part of the Indy KC racing team. It's hammer time. Nobody knows what that means?
Well, you got to remember, Justin, I've only been on here since about 21, so my experience doesn't really range as far as most people think.
It's Hammer Time's a 1990s reference, for goodness.
Oh, MC Hammer, I get it.
Yes.
There we go. Well, see, you could have just said that, then I would have understood. I'm a man of older music myself.
I mean, there was a straight-up meme back in, Saving by the Bell, where there was a whole segment on one of the characters had to basically dance every time someone said, "It's hammer time." Well, I think they mean hammer as in the throttle tonight.
Well, for sure. I mean, there's the classic line here at Daytona is you don't lift for whatever reason, but if you want your car to last all the way to the end, you gotta lift off the gas every once in a while. But what's interesting to me is how these guys have almost kind of spread out in the middle of this pack. No one's really closing the gap up tight here in about the top 10. And the people who are the closest now are the back two of the 72 and the 57. Brandon Devine as well. They're going to be the closers here for what is the edge of this first pack.
Keep in mind, there were amongst those that dropped quickly to the back. We talked about that. Just continuing to seem to be just wanting to find teammates, wanting to find friends. That seems extremely critical here in the early going of this one. The same can be said for the new second pack that after the lap traffic chaos, seeing drivers like Manger lose the toe to those in front. Others, Christian Barker's having a lot of fun with this paint scheme, as you can tell tonight.
I believe that's Mateo that normally runs in the TKC NASCAR series. I want to double check on that. But the second pack has been slowly forming. It mainly got catalysted to that Colin Grace incident going in turn 3. Everyone had to check up, and that's what really killed the momentum of this pack. Colin Grace, one of the drivers in this pack, the only one only one a lap down. So, thank you. I just want to point out, Justin, for pointing out that you are, I believe, much older than probably the rest of the production crew here.
I'm 28. I'm not that old.
Can we get an age check? I feel like you're bringing the average up here on us, Justin.
Well, you're definitely bringing in you're a decade older than me here, Justin, and and I just turned 17 a few days ago, so.
I didn't even know you were below 18.
Well, it's surely set on the gas now, but the second pack has formed up on the bottom. No one choosing to go side by side. In previous packs and in previous packages, it was noted to be faster to go side by side. That doesn't seem to be the case now, as a lot of these guys choosing to go single file. As they're all bobbing and weaving, I'm assuming getting temperature, they don't look all that organized.
Yeah, that's something that's extremely critical here as a second pack. You'd have to think here. One, you don't want to be the team of drivers that have lost the lead group already, halfway through the first fuel run. Brendan, the second thing, though, is you've got to be able to bump if you're everybody else behind here. Bumping by 3/4 down the back straightaway is not good enough.
if they're trying to make some magic happen, and this isn't every series, every NASCAR car, every super speedway style track, I mean, being able to bump like that is the key to success, and having someone who can work with, someone you can trust, and to give it a bump. You know they're not going to bump you in the middle corner. No, they're going to bump you the way you like it. Getting that proper feel down is what makes some of these drivers so great at super speedway racing. And a lot of these guys don't even race against each other on a regular basis. Some of the TKC guys might, but you got a lot of guys that are just kind of here because it's a big event. And so they might not necessarily have any teammates or any friends out there they have worked with in the past. So that's going to be one thing I feel like we see the TKC guys take advantage of.
Here's a look at the number 3 machine that's on the bottom line. That is Zachary Ward. Started inside the top 10. He started to gain back a little bit of ground. And amongst those that are trying to follow these path put forward by the Intimidator with that certain number over the years here at the Super Speedway.
And talking about that as well, we were mentioning how you got to learn how to bump on a super speedway. I think it's absolutely crucial that you know how to lay it on the bumper and you know how to push. One of the first things I ever learned back in the days of the old IDK Player World 600, if anyone remembers that, December of 2021, before Daytona even got the new scan, I learned and practiced pushing in the Gen 6 when that was one of the best plate packages on iRacing. It was so much fun. But I learned how to push and maintain a push for about an entire lap. And that is a skill that you really don't ever want to forget if you want to try and get to the front of these plate races. Learning how to hold a steady push and learning when to use it is absolutely key to getting to the front of the pack.
Here's a look from Thompson in the middle of the void, also known as, I think, his bedroom or office. Something people can do is add a blur to their backdrop after all to make sure nobody can see what's exactly around, behind, or near them. Here's doing the exact same thing. But I was about to say and ask you in terms of this here, Mr. Laster. This is almost like car to car. It's a skill differential too. It's not just as simple as taking what Alex said in for that track and say, you can push the whole lap. Not with every car.
No, I was actually just about to bring that up. This is the first race for a lot of these guys with the new next-gen front bumpers on the Toyota and the Ford. I mean, some of these cars, especially the Toyota, got a complete revamp in the way the nose is sleeked off, and I think it really shows with the way that they're able to push. I don't know if you guys have done any next-gen racing necessarily with a new front bumper, but I think it creates a really nice program, allows really nice and even pushes, whereas the previous model, this is the slightest bump can, send you spinning around and not even necessarily a bad push. I mean, it could be lined up. So I feel like this new bumper is going to be a learning curve for a lot of these guys as they try to experiment throughout the course of this race, as we're 10% down. No, it sounds like we've been here forever, but 10% down on this one. We've got 90% to go. And kind of learning, going, and making moves. And I talked about Ryan Kabashian early in this race. He's a guy that has only really done rookie street stocks. And he's currently inside the top 35, running 32nd, kind of by himself. But he's just learning. He's out here having fun. And we're going to get some restarts here, I'm sure. And handful of laps, knocking on wood, stack the field up, and Ryan's going to be sitting there ready to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, it isn't as simple as just run the official races and then that's your experience. Some do have the league scene, but also many more do have that real-world feel. But I've noticed it's almost driver to driver when it comes to, are you going to drive in a car for the first time? Are you going to be the one that's doing a burnout in the middle of the grass the first time you hit the throttle? Those types of things. It's acquired taste in terms of an acquired skill when it comes to, are you an immediate fast learner or a few times over? But that being said, let's take some listens in because we're approaching the lap 25 mark already. Let's take a listen to the sights and sounds for Daytona. Very loud sounds amongst the field here as they get ready for pit stops fairly soon in about 20 laps time per the estimate. Continuing to lead in this one, Steve Tucker. He and Daryl Young have essentially been the only leaders in this field so far. Already some 3 wide starting to form up in the middle of this pack. Indy Cassie wants some ground made up and wants it now in the 72. Brayden.
They're making up some lost ground there. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the right time to go 3 wide. I mean, he doesn't really have a whole lot of help. He's trying to force himself kind of to get help from Dave Gage on the outside, but he's only hurting himself here, and it's just kind of stuck. If anything, he doesn't really want to back out. He's got cars, going up and down behind him, and now he might get some help from behind and finally gets a hole back up top, but that's really going to hurt everyone behind him.
And in turn into the wall goes one driver. Up into the wall, that's David De Silva, who scrapes a lot of the wall and destroys the right front fender. And from what I'm hearing on the radio, he is not happy with the 72.
Yeah, I could tell you right now after listening, that's not a happy conversation. And only just about 26 to 27 laps in, and you're already starting to yell at other people. That might not be the best of ways to go, as we've still got over half the distance left to go. We've still got a lot of race left to run, and these guys may not be happy with each other right now, but I think in order to make it to the end, you just got to kind of push that feelings below you and get on with the race.
I was going to say here, too, is you're talking about 3 wide. There's space for 3 wide here.
Yeah.
But keep in mind here, in terms of this, Brayden, you can see where some of the drivers are keeping that outside line. You can see where those feelings of where the outside wall might be compared to the other cars. You have to be comfortable with the outside to run the outside line, is what I'm saying.
100%. Yeah, this is a track, like you mentioned, I've raced here in real life, have experience. I've been 3 wide here, and let me tell you, it is not fun. It is quite possibly the sketchiest feeling you will ever have in a race car, going 3 wide along the outside at Daytona. And especially if you're in a group of guys that you don't normally work with or race with. If you're in a group of friends, hey, I'm not about to get stuffed in the wall going 185 miles an hour, you can be comfortable with that. But when you have a lot of unknown, a lot of uncertainty, it's still very early in the race for this one to be going 3 wide, at least making moves like that, forcing people up in the wall. I mean, you gotta be comfortable making moves. And if it's not a hole, you can't really go for it. I don't think Indy really had a hole there. He just kind of forced his way up into the Silva, and that's why I know De Silva, I think, had a right to be mad. But like Alex pointed out too, this is a long race, and thankfully we've been green flag racing most of the race so far. But you gotta be able to keep calm, keep cool, stay collected, and start getting emotional about things this early on. It's going to eat at you, and 2 or 3 hours time after 190 laps, people are going to start remembering that.
And better yet, you don't want to be too chill. There's a great example from the Podium 500, for example, that happened. Spencer Burns was leading at the time. Lap 26. He says, yawn on the chat. 2 laps later, he's turned into the grass, and we have our first caution of the race. It can happen that fast if you are too chill as well.
Well, keeping in mind of the P's and Q's is, certainly something to be. But these two up front, I've been surprised. Steve Tucker and Daryl Young have been pushing each other with Kenny Reel just in tow on that top side lane. And they've been working out really, really well. The 42 of Robbie Lyons tries to move down to the inside lane to maybe get an advantage there with the 44. And doesn't quite work out. I think as he'd imagine, he's still hanging in tow. But I'd imagine that he'd want to be closer to that lead.
Yeah, for Lyons, he's got an interesting paint scheme here tonight for Indy TKC Racing. Almost looks like a look at the old Chip Ganassi font and format, blending a bunch of paint schemes together. Also, of course, has the Grid Esports branding on there when it comes to Nick Olson, who does some Real World Motorsports marketing work. I'm curious what Robbie Lyons does this year, because was looking at the entry list to double check. Not sure if I missed his name or not for this year, but his teammates are getting dicey behind him.
And, like you were saying, how just chaos can strike at any moment here on the high banks, and you're absolutely right. some of these guys starting to move and shift around. Things are getting aggressive here as the fuel tank starts to empty. And that's kind of funny how usually at the end of every fuel run, things start to get a little more dicey.
Yeah, and right now, it's pretty clear the Indy KC cars are all wanting to get together because you know who's here? Indy KC. He's with his friends. It looks like the team is saying, let's get to the front and then pit.
Interesting strategy, though. Is Indy stuck on that top side and to see him passing there. Block.
Whoa!
Brandon Devine going at it. Devine did everything he could to take the nose off of Robbie Lyons and almost did. And now him and Indy KC are side by side. They got to get in the same lane. They want to work together. You know, if Indy's able to pull up, you know, get the back bumper of the car in front of him, you know, make some magic happen. That's Dave Gage in the 404, who, by the way, demanded he had that 404 car. You know, Lions can get a whole pop up behind them and be able to work together. I think that's going to be a huge key and factor to success. I mean, you see what this 2-3 cars, Steve Tucker, Darrell Young, and Kenny Real are able to do on the top. I mean, Dave Gage isn't really working that much with him. He's there, but he's not really pushing him and bumper to bumper like those top 3 guys are on the outside.
And no surprise, there goes the 72 to the bottom. The calls on the radio. No worries. Don't worry about it. Although those are those different variables we're just, I think, touching upon. You never know if one driver says, I don't like team domination. I'm going to be in the middle of the 4-car team and break it up.
I mean, anything can happen to change up the running order. You know, someone gets a run, finds a gap, and it ends up working, and you find a way through. You could disrupt an entire team's worth of work just by trying to gain a spot. And it's kind of interesting that we're seeing this right now, the 3-car breakaway for the lead, as the 15 and the 404, that's Pierce Crone and David Gage there, as they lead the field almost, what looks to be a normal pack. And then you've got the 2-car breakaway followed by Kenny Real. Still Steve Tucker and Darrell Young. Darrell Young have done a great job of pushing Steve Tucker so far. And getting word from Alex Anderson saying he'll give him a high five and a Snickers bar if he lets if the 44 lets him in line.
He's in line. He's literally in the line right now. I guess someone's owed a Snickers bar?
I guess so.
So, there's a lot of communication as well about the possible strategy, about trying to get things coordinated. That top line still staying the same way throughout all of this. Still the other packs have lost ground. You know who's gained a lot of ground? Look who's coming. Pack 2 is almost there. They were 7 seconds back last time we checked in the 24 on back.
Yeah, they're almost within a second of the tail end of that pack. They've already worked together. I mean, they've been over half a second quicker lap after lap after lap. They just got together on that bottom line and made it happen. They did lose quite a few cars, though. It's not as big as it was. Only 7 or 8 of cars are in that second pack. You have a third pack that formed that has lost contact with both of these cars, about 10 seconds behind the second pack. Alex Penn, Ryan Sebastian, Christian Barker, Carl Burke, Peter Ederman, Andrew McConneville, and Matt Haas, all of those in that third pack. Actually, Matt Haas and Andrew McConneville lost contact with that third pack as well, so they're kind of in their own little spacey land flying about Daytona International Speedway together. So some of these guys are hoping for pit stops as we can hopefully get a caution, stack the field up, and make some magic happen.
Yeah, some of these guys I heard on the radio chatter were talking about, you know, when they were going to come down pit road. And you don't really want to give your strategy away, but at the same time, because iRacing has that feature where you can chat with all the drivers on Drivers Chat, it gives it a little bit of an easier workload than the drivers in real life who have to communicate between spotters to let who know who's pitting and when. Makes it easier to coerce with each other and try and get all on the same page. But does that give possibly the winning strategy away to another group of drivers?
That's a good question, because, I mean, do you want to risk someone running into you on the strategy, or do you end up keeping a secret, end up being in those smaller packs? We've seen a lot of times, Braden, with the package this year in this car, and it was confirmed with what we've seen all weekend for those racing across Daytona for 500 miles, including tonight. I think we'll see in a moment. if you have enough cars working together, 4 or 5, you can run away and then some. You can run away from every single one of these cars here if you time this up right.
Yeah, and that's just part of this Super Speedway package. They're not necessarily, we talked about it way earlier in the show, they're not on the throttle all the time, just bumping or beating the back bumper off the guy in front of you. They're having to lift, not run them over. You can't really push in the corners. So you're able to get 4 or 5 cars. That's about the golden number. That's about the maximum amount of cars you can get without you constantly stacking up and losing time in the corner. You can just go as hard out as you want with 4 or 5 cars. You're going to burn a little bit more fuel than a standard pack, but it doesn't really matter if you're able to get together. And if you pit early enough, you're able to do the undercut. As we see some aggressive blocking going on the bottom, some drivers trying to make a name for themselves. That is 7 Hawthorne Daytona winner. Pierce Crone and Christian and Leonard all working together. They have caught up and side by side with their leaders. You can really tell the bottom line is getting antsy. We're getting close to pit stops.
That's in a couple laps time. Some drivers estimating, depending on how you run, you go up to maybe near 50 laps, normally around 40, 45. Hearing that stops are coming up, or more so the 40 in the third pack and the second grouping of cars. Remember, some of the others, like the 24 machine of Kyle Major, and several others had spent a long time in clean air going full throttle. Pit stops are already called on the radio for everybody this time around. The one car coming in, 71 this time, 42 this time. Everybody, pit party time for the first time at Daytona.
Here comes the lead pack. They're all going to go down pit road, and it's a brave strategy for the one. Does he make it? He locks the brakes up, but I think he does. No word of a speeding penalty. We have a large pack that actually stayed out. But here comes the rest of the field, and the 4, I believe, has missed his pit stall. Yes, he does. He backs up down pit road.
Well, at least one driver not having the best of pit stop execution. Expect 4 tires and fuel based on the timing of the fuel tanks here. Next wave of cars coming around in about half a lap's time already. Robbie Lyons already completing the tires right here. That access road going to be very critical to get right. Looks like it's been done right by those that have been leading most of the race so far, but Pierce Crone got the best run. And
drove through pit road, not completing a stop at all. Had an early pit stall and decided it was a McDonald's drive-thru and they didn't have the order he wanted. So lead pack though still staying on out. That's Dave Gage on bottom, 7 Hawthorne and Christian Leonard on the top. So they got to come down soon as they have caught these guys coming out of pit road.
And we have one driver struggling on the apron. That is Stephen Crone. He was actually the first one off the lane, but nearly crashed it off the pit lane. So he's not going to be in the main pack. Hawthorne, he's going on down. So he's amongst those that are yet to pit up here. Looks like these drivers trying to stretch as far as they can here, keep the window open. And one driver just about got rammed on the access rope. Peter Ederman was driving slow. Pierre Thompson locked it up and avoided contact. Here's a look at the wave of the leaders lapping several pitters.
This strategy now that we have here with 7 Hawthorne and this group of guys sure is interesting here, as they're choosing to stay out and go for the longer route. And if they all come down pit road and if they're more organized than the last pack, I really think they could retake the lead. That last pack was really unorganized leaving pit lane. No one really noted what they wanted to do, whether to take 2 tires or 4 tires. You're taking a full tank no matter what. But no one was really decisive on what the pit stop was going to be. So if they can be a lot more organized, we could see a lead pack right here, right now.
Top of your screen, you've seen the speed penalties, by the way. 2 drivers have already been clipped this race. Kenny Reel and Andrew McConville, both having to spend 40 seconds in the box for speeding on pit entry. So those drivers will have a long way to go, to say the very least, with them now being off the main pace and then some.
Yeah, without
more pit stops over the radio. Go ahead.
Without caution, those drivers that just got a black flag, their race is essentially over. There's no way they're going to be able to make up a lap, which they will go about a lap down when it's all said and done. But got some guys coming down pit road. We got one in the grass in turn 3 and 4. I believe that's Peter Ederman. went way low, got loose. Everyone coming on in, getting it slowed down. Sam Hawthorne leads the pack. They actually got some cars coming out right in front of them. That's Philip Grabowski just talked about. Missed his stall the first time he came down.
Christian Leonard missed his stall and then some too. You see in the backdrop. He's in one of the Eric Jones paint schemes. Hawthorne misses his stall a bit. Chaos for some of the drivers who have led this pack for the past few laps. Others struggling to get themselves still stopped in the box with how things have gone this sequence. And this should close out the window. Hawthorne coming out with everybody else. Now it's the matter of seeing who's going to become the net leader about a 4-lap difference. The call. Steve Tucker, Daryl Young, Pierce Crone amongst those who have broken away from everybody else, it looks like.
So a mix-up and a shake-up down pit road allows a lot of these guys to try and escape with the lead. And right now the 404 is still scored as the leader, but this pack right behind with the 67, the 51, the 24, and Co. is going to come up with the lead, the net lead pack just behind. It's the 1 and the 71 as they're going to try and go by Steve Tucker and Daryl Young pushing once again. They're going to try and pass these guys, but they're going to try and get connected together. And because this group was a lot more organized than the first group that came down pit road, they might have an equal chance to fight for the lead.
Right now, the lead group about 7 cars thick. We have some bad news, by the way. We have our first possible DNF. Colin Grace, again, has technical issues just as pit stops come to a close. Your race leader now with things cycling, Steve Tucker, Daryl Young, Pierce Crone stays in the pack. They're joined by Alex Anderson, Indy KC, David De Silva, and Nick Olson. Already coming to 45 laps into this race. We'll take a break. You're watching Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Maconi Entertainment's coverage of the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast. Continue our coverage from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway. Right now, 7 drivers are in the main pack. Those 7 drivers pulling away by 4+ seconds have to be able to establish their presence during the pit stop window.
Steve Tucker leading that lead pack. Daryl Young pushing with a Pierce Crone up 17 spots. Currently running out your podium. Like just mentioned, Justin, 7-car breakaway. Over 4 seconds separates him from that second pack, currently led by Robbie Lyons and Zachary Ward. So if you're not good at making friends, you got to throw everything you know out the window and start making them now. We mentioned, though, the before we went to break, Colin Grace had dropped due to another technical difficulty. He's back in the session, albeit 6 laps down, so he's going to need a lot of help if he wants to get back on the lead lap for this one.
There's a look at the second pack led by Robbie Lyons here. Those drivers in the second pack right now need to work and quickly. There's a lot of discussion on the radio about working together. They're off the pace by 0.4 a lap. Alex.
This second pack is needing to work together, as you said, and it's going to be certainly something interesting here, is they have a mountainous gap to try and climb on their own. Now, 3 seconds usually doesn't seem like that all big of a gap on, say, an intermediate, but 3 to 4 seconds around Daytona, that's about a mountain's width, as we can look back here on the second pack from the first pack, and they're just about entering the back straightaway, maybe just a bit further. So they have a lot of room and a lot of ground to cover, and the 3 needs to push that 42 as best as he can and to be as stable as he can to catch up to the backpack of that first pack in the 67 of Alex Anderson. They need to push and they need to get going.
Yeah, they need to be able to work fast. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's doable, but it will take a lot of effort. They're continuing to communicate on the radio in terms of that. So we're just past the quarter-way mark here from Daytona. Tonight's action once again brought to you by Red Mist Podcast, with the hosts being Christian Abadi, Nathan Lavender, Sean Abadi, where they discuss today's racing, their own racing adventures. New episodes weekly on Spotify, Apple Podcast, and YouTube. There's a look at some of the drivers in the third pack. Those are amongst those who didn't execute on the pit stop. Hawthorne, Grace amongst those, Mike Vano, Christian Leonard, Corey English, amongst those who have lost the draft. These drivers have a lot they need to have go their way, including a caution.
The good news, though, they got Colin Grace, who's 6 laps down with them to kind of help out their numbers a little bit. But, I mean, you got 3-4 different packs now forming. Some of these guys at risk of going a lap down. Multiple drivers lost a lap, though. Dave Gage, who was up front for a while of this one, Stephen Crone, Peter Ederman, Kenny Reel, Philip Grabasinski, and Andrew McConneville all lost laps. Kenny Reel only 1 due to penalty. Andrew McConneville had lost 2 due to penalty. Some of the guys kind of not quite the pit stop they're looking for on Mr. Stall. Some just did a complete draft that first time. I mean, that is critical. And for some of these guys, you know, we haven't had a caution yet. We're over a quarter of the way through this one. You don't really know if you're going to get an opportunity to get back on the lead lap.
And in turn, it's been a completely green race so far. No contact, really. No damage from anybody outside of a couple drivers sliding their way to the grass. It's been extremely clean. Really clean, I was going to say. No one's been really aggressive since they've broken up, especially.
Yeah, and we really haven't seen any aggression come out of these guys. I think they realize now that they can knock out a lot of time and a lot of distance because they're all in separate packs. They're all going single file. No reason to race. You know, let's try and knock down some of the laps. We're only just barely over a fourth of the way through this race, so we have still got a lot of race to cover. And now I think they realize that this is probably the best that they can do to try and knock off a lot of those laps.
And this is really about how you plan things out. 3/10 gain last time by in the second pack hearing, by the way. So they've reorganized how that grouping is. We're hearing on the radio. The critical thing being mentioned over the radio, if you don't push, you're not gaining time. You have others saying others don't want to push, it seems, all of a sudden. Pierre Thompson doesn't want to push.
Yeah, it's a mix of different strategies, and I'm looking at timing here, and they've lost over a second to what it was before, going from 3.8 to now 4.7, almost 4.8. So I really think that, that pushing that leader of that line really is the way to go. People may think otherwise, but all they've been doing is, losing time. Now they're starting to gain it back, but I don't know how long that's going to last if they want to try and get back up to the lead pack.
They need to get a move on right here. And remember, Robbie's amongst those who has raced here before. He's got 23 starts at the national level in NASCAR after all. Usually that's somebody you want to listen to about how cars work.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys, they took it easy for the first 35, 40 laps. Now is not the time. I mean, you're not in one big pack of 30 cars. You're not trying to avoid a wreck. Everyone's single file for the most part all around the track and all 4 or 5 different packs we got here. There's not going to be it's not looking like there's going to be a caution anytime soon. I mean, you have got to make up that time on pure pace alone. And you have to got to do it now. You can't afford another bad pit stop in your 30 laps time. You can't sit here and wait for a magical caution that may never happen. You got to work together. You can't be scared to push. You got to be able to find someone you can work with to trust and lead the pack. As they're shuffling up craziness in the back of that second pack. Tristan Cotton going down to the apron, falling out of line there. Not 100% sure what happened there. No, he just decided he was going to go to the apron and let everyone on by.
That might actually cost them a lot of ground here. Derek Moore, Joe Wormter, along with Cotton and Jake Ennis. We haven't mentioned Ennis' name all race. And he's been one of the most dominant drivers in the regular season and for playoff action, TKC's league all season here. It's been extremely quiet for the 35.
Yeah, I mean, he shows off in the normal regular season, and you do got to remember, like we said, this whole race, it's a long race, but it's also a prize race. So you got to wonder if he really is saving that charge for last. But if this goes a majority of the way green, and he, for whatever reason, ends up a couple laps down. Oh, we got a wreck in turn 3. There's someone blown up. The 57 is around, and so is one of our leaders. We had an engine expire in turn 3. I don't know what just happened.
Daryl Young has blown up from second spot. Nick Olson and several more get into it, and we're under caution for the first time. David De Silva amongst those in it. Just, wow, that changes a lot. And one of your most dominant drivers pushed a little too hard and pops the motor.
I mean, I think they were just trying to make up as much time as they could. They saw that second pack was starting to get formed together. They're going to see here on the replay, just going into turn 3. I mean, you see him on the bumper, absolutely no air going through the grill. You see him right there, just lose power. And then everyone stacks up behind him. That's indication Pierce Crone's kind of going in the back bumper. Nick Olson gets spun from behind. That's David Silva. Then you got guys going around trying to... Thankfully, we weren't in a big pack. Everyone trying to avoid it there. Everyone makes it through for the most part. But if we'd been in a big pack, 20, 30 cars, their engine expires from the high line and they're running second or third. I mean, you're looking at not the big one, but the catastrophic one. They do have a faster pair. One faster pair going to come down, but that is not the way you want to use it.
Especially this early on, but also when you've been outright dominant at the front of the field. He's been first or second just about this entire race. Not anymore, as a lot of drivers come on down. Drivers being reminded about the rule on pit boxes. You can't go through more than 3 in or out of your respective box. Drivers have to make sure they are careful of that for this pit stop sequence as they make their stops first time under caution, second time this race.
Well, I think a few people went through a bunch of boxes there. One person I know who absolutely missed their stall was Alex Anderson, had to back up on pit road, go through, I believe, the maximum of 3 and get realigned as he was looking. He missed his pit stall, drove right past it, and had to back up to get back in it.
First one out, by the way, in this wave, Robbie Lyons, but I'm curious if we can take a look back because apparently Lyons, I think Braden made note of it already, ran through like 6 of those on the way in.
Yeah, 3 in, 3 out rule. I don't know if it's 6 total, but going out, I mean, he just didn't even pull above the white line. So we're going to have to go to Mateo Villeneuve, race control, looking at that. If you want to know what Villeneuve looks like, I'm sure you can get a good look at Kristen Barker's car, and there's plenty of pictures of Mateo to go around. But I would not be surprised to see a penalty go to Lyons here in a little bit.
We'll see what race can... And believe we're watching Robbie Lyons coming down pit road here on the replay. And again, 10 seconds before it was confirmed on the radio, as you see everyone grouping back up here. Jumping back to live, in fact, right now. Or jump back again. They did mention that exact rule that we just referred to, just in case of this call. Here is a look Remember, 3 in, 3 out was mentioned when they reached the commitment cone. And then the NASCAR driver does 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
The way it gets good, keep eating that popcorn.
man. And just as you thought, you might, yeah, that might be pretty blatant. I don't know if we just snitched on him in the broadcast, but, oh well.
I do have an Indiana public school education, but I can count to 3.
Counting to 3 is very important after all. But they did extend the pace laps to sort things out in terms of where cars are going to be on the racetrack. We had one originally stay out, but come in the second time around in Jake Innes. We also have one in sim black flag. Daryl Yun closed pit entry for the black flag. So there's a lot of talk about the choose cone. Chris, what's race control just confirmed the whole field? Brayton can use the choose cone. That changes a lot.
Yeah, you get to pick your friends here. If you're behind someone that you work really well with, and you work well in the past, and they're not going to be side by side, you get to pick who you work with here. I think it's going to change things up a lot. We saw how dominant that high side was too early in the run. People want to take advantage of this and try to make up as much time as they can.
So currently Lions scored the leader. We'll see how this plays in terms of the strategy. They have waived the 71's penalty now. And the lucky dog, this caution flag over the radio, was the 404 Dave Gage, who was in the lead group.
I guess my question, out of all the things that have happened, Robbie Lyons, who we saw cut through multiple pit stalls pretty blatantly, is still scored as the leader. Now, I'm guessing my question is, was he let off because he did it before it was mentioned over the race control radio? And if it wasn't a pre-stated rule before...
It was pre-stated multiple times in the entry form and everything else. So it's not like, and as a matter of fact, I think it was in all caps, 3 in and 3 out. I think it was the only thing that was capitalized.
We're still pacing, by the way. We'll take a quick commercial break. Race control could really clarify things to drivers as we are past the 60-lap mark here from Daytona.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competitive Zone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to Daytona, where drivers have been told to do the choose cone this time. Robbie Lyons is still the leader. They have not given the black flag for that pit penalty, that was a possibility. For those curious on the exact ruling, this is from the rule book. You must enter a pit box no earlier than 3 stalls before yours and exit no less than 3 stalls after. Besides that, you must stay right of the white lines or you'll be subject to an EOL or drive-through. That has not been issued to the 42 car, and it looks like it'll be a Team 1-2 right now, as Indy KC Racing has Lyons and Casey on the front row. Tucker choosing outside. A lot of cars choosing the outside with the choo-choo train effect.
Yeah, we've seen how that outside lane really gets a good jump on these restarts, and when they have the people that they need to have, it becomes one of the most powerful lanes on the racetrack. And we've seen how just because of one duo trying to push and lead away, he carried 1 or maybe 2 cars with him over the bottom lane. So now a lot of people choosing top after seeing that run that in the beginning has been clear to see.
The 7 is really enjoying themselves here. They are talking about hoping there's another long green flag run here with how things have played out in this one. So right now, that seems to be the trend. Or will this be cautions breed cautions?
I hope not.
We're about to find out.
Race mode engaged over the radio. Lap 63 is when the green flag drops. Lyons takes the green. We're back underway. And Andy Casey making sure to wait until after the start and finish line for the lane change. Everybody else a clean launch. Already the 88 gathers himself up to the top line.
A lot of moves back there as well. The 09 on the inside did not get a good launch. Christian did not try and get the launch. They made the 25. Looks to split it 3 down the middle. There isn't enough room. He gets blocked off by the 15.
And in turn, top 4 look to group it together here already. The bottom line of starting force with Pierce Crone on back. Lots of drivers trying to sort out where they want to run here. And one driver wants to go places. It's Nick Olson. He wants all the spots back right now.
Yeah, we saw how dominant that top line was. Nick Olson, one of the drivers in that top line early in this race, try and make some magic happen in the middle, but just can't quite get anything done. Not trying to pull an Indy Casey, though, and force his way up, able to finally get a clear hole. We got drivers in the wall. Christian Linder in the wall. They're going to check up 7 Hawthorne behind him. Nick Olson, who just hopped in between those two. They're starting to lose a little bit of draft. They should be able to recover nicely. Nick Olson, once again, taking 3 wide down the middle, bobbling like a pinball back and forth. Not able to really get a hole where he wants to finally tries to go up top, but we got about a 5-car breakaway on the high side, making some rhinoceroses pull.
There's a look at that, and here's the thing when it comes to that. On the platform, side drafting is huge when it comes to those runs there. Oh, and a huge check up and turn on the bottom line underneath Olsen. Zachary Ward having a big shot from behind. They're stacking up like Legos almost.
Big check up on the top two. The 88 almost slammed the brakes. It looks like a couple of people in the wall as the 24 and the 25 are in the wall. David De Silva catches it as well. That pack now starting to catch back up. They also had a check up nearly at the same time.
Yeah. And in turn, this has really slowed down the entire bottom line, by the way. They've had that top line start to splinter a little bit. And even with that, that top line still quicker than all the cars on the bottom. That's how much that middle line has played a factor in because that side draft.
That drafting is everything at a track like this, not just being able to hit the front bumper of the guy in front of you, but also be able to side chuck him back or, be able to get a run using that side draft to that advantage. And when we talk about, being able to draft and be able to work well together, talk about teammates, Indy Casey and Robbie Lyons. Not only are these two teammates, these two are some of the only drivers that have in a real life experience here. Robbie Lyons, we've talked about quite a bit tonight, starts in the Xfinity Truck and ARCA series, ran just the ARCA race here last year. Got 17th as a 13th here in the Truck Series a couple years ago. But Indy Casey, we talked about him in the pre-race show, has ran and actually won a race in the go-karts here on the Roval. And drafting is huge for anyone that just watched the Mazda Miata race here a couple weeks ago during the Rolex weekend. I mean, go-karts are huge when it comes to drafting, be able to make a as much momentum as they can. So these two drivers, some of the few in the field with the actual real-life experience and put it to use tonight as they're 1-2.
Keeping an eye on Thompson. The car behind him, you could also throw in that club. Thompson really trying to get side draft on his own. Pierce Crone, amongst those dudes, leapfrogging at times with that car. He's just passed by the 44. The 15 we're referring to here, who's now on that bottom line. How about records? 34 of them for Pierce Crone. Because he's a 12-year go-kart rental driver, 4 championships, Skip Barber experience, has raced in multiple racing schools, and now he's nearly getting turned.
The 44 nearly turns the 15 in front of the field. He will re-merge back up into the track. He's going slow, and he's trying to merge, and it looks like he will merge safely. No one else gets involved. That could have been scary.
I mean, it says on the bumper for Pierce Crone, I should say, let's go crazy. I don't think that's what he meant.
I don't think that's what he wanted either. I mean, I know racing is getting even tougher and more exciting as these guys, start to relax and get accustomed to the field. They might start making more aggressive moves as we've ticking down the laps, but that's something you don't want, especially on lap 70 of a 200-lap race.
I understand the tempers flare from that. In turn, no damage, no caution. We stay green. Now there's a wreck. There
now
they go. No caution. We still stay green. That was Pierre Thompson up in the wall after clearing the 55 for Corey English.
I believe they saved it. And so now we have another case of about 3 different packs of cars. And now we're trying to get up again as well. We have the tail end of the first pack being split up between about 4 different cars, now 3. And that almost again was scary, but they managed to save it. What a save.
Oh, they are still trying to bump in the corners. Alex Anderson just bumped Brandon Devine after check 2. In turn, nerves are going up high here. I'll be honest, I'll ask you this. When you see this in the railroad car where they're bumping to the corner, sliding around, what's been your reaction in the Arkham Menard series when you've seen this at Daytona here, Braden, as there's a change for the lead?
Yeah, Kyle Maker using a huge run, a huge bump by Christian there, who's actually in the wall, and Kevin Hoffman, these drivers were just in the wall a couple laps ago. But typically when they're in the cockpit, I'm sure we'll get a cockpit view at some point throughout this race, you really can't see past the car in front of you. I mean, here's a great example. They're going to get right up on the bump of this 7 Hoffman, and I'm making a move to outside with Christian, and then they're in front of him. But you can't really see in front of him, so you don't know what the field is looking like. You don't know how hard they're pushing. You don't know if the guy in front of you is in the back bumper or the guy in front of him. You don't know how tight the field is because they're about to wreck each other. We kind of got to hope for the best and listen to their spotter, which most guys don't actually have an in-real-life spotter or like an in-ear spotter outside the iRacing. Daryl Young is one of a couple drivers. Nathan Navadur has one, and Zachary Ward's only 3 drivers tonight are actually using a real life or a real person spotter versus the iRacing one, which obviously has its benefits and giving a lot more information to tell them how the field is working together versus the iRacing spotter just tells them, hey, car inside, car outside, 3 wide, wrecking the tri-oval. So be able to take that role or take that information and process it at 195 miles an hour is one of the keys and the factors that really determine success. And it can make you puckered up. I'm not going to lie. I've been very puckered up in situations like this before.
And with the nerves right now building up, 2 Toyotas currently bumping along. That's Christian Leonard trying to push hard. Hawthorne trying to let the engine breathe. Leonard, keep in mind, he's been a racer online for more than 5 years on iRacing alone, and several-time TKC NASCAR winner. He's built up a lot of friends here tonight, and in turn, he's amongst those who are in the postseason battle. And when it comes to the regular season and for the league itself, Brayton.
Whoa, we got a wreck on the back. Trouble.
Caution flag is out. The 13, Joe Wormter, is around in one of the Red Mist podcast cars. It was in the 3rd pack off the nose of Christian Barker for the caution.
Andrew McConnell, almost on the apron, gets tagged by Philip Drabzinski. A lot of these guys are already 1 or 2 laps down, and this has got a lot worse for them.
And no front clip on a couple drivers. McConville involved. Wormter going to have to use a faster pair here. significant damage to two of those. Let's take a look at what the spark was you just seen it, Alex.
That, I heard it on the radio. They were calling it wrecked, going back through in this back half of the field, and just, I think that's just a mistimed move, if anything. And, communication, one of the best things to have here at Daytona, one of the things to need, and just not communication right there. Just miscommunication, and that is probably one of the worst things to have at a plate track, especially when you're being really aggressive and running like this.
Now, got confirmation on the face. The face of that person all over the 99's car is someone who has been in race control for TKC over the years. That's not going to help them.
No, I don't think so, but I just, mistakes start to weed in around the 70 lap point. You've been going on for almost 140 miles at this point, more. And so, it starts to wear down on you, as you go around and around the racetrack so many times. And, you think you make one slight move, and that could be the difference between pushing him to another second gain on the pack in front of him, or the wreck that just happened down the back.
This time a little more smoother on the pit box entries, it looks like. Hawthorne, the first off and away, along with his fellow buddy. Daryl Young is in second off the race. Daryl Young's back in it again.
I was going to mention, in that whole pack and that whole escapade, he had worked his way up through the field from, I believe, 21st all the way up into the top 6. And then because of that wreck and his smoothness on pit road, he finds himself all the way up into 3rd.
Leonard won the race itself off the lane after what was essentially a 7-car incident. Brendan Devine, interesting enough, wants those staying out this caution flag, possibly trying something different. We'll see if it works out here or if they elect top off. He's the only one, mind you, who stayed out with this pit call.
Sometimes it's just really cool to lead a lap. I'm not gonna lie, I've done it in the real life. Arkham Nards were talking about a minute ago. I've stayed out under caution just to lead a lap. I wasn't successful in doing it, but I tried it. Sometimes it's just really cool.
Now, with that being said, a few drivers who standing on by. One of those who is standing on by is a longtime racer when it comes to sim racing. Why don't we talk with the person who's up 14, the 53, just outside the top 10. It's Carl Burke. Carl Burke, also someone who runs normally in the Northwest Racing Series. He joins the broadcast booth. Carl, hello.
Hey, guys.
First things first, Carl, as things are discussed on the race radio right now, how do you feel about the TKC 500 so far?
Did we lose him?
Carl Burke, do you have a copy?
Yeah, it's been a little hectic, but at least we're finally making some progress.
In turn, what's been some of the major challenges from where you started off this race to getting to where you're at in this pack now? Carl, do you have a copy?
Sorry, guys, I can't hear you very good.
Apologies for the technical difficulties there, as there's a lot of chatter on the race control radio. So, as they get sorted, and as Carl Burke gets himself sorted with the one-to-go signal, it looks like drivers are already in the midst of the choose, and mostly staggering, it looks like. Albeit most of those who pit choosing the top. So, with that being said here, this could be an interesting restart. Already 75 laps down when we get back green.
We have had another technical difficulty.
Nathan Lavender?
Yes, he has dropped connection. One of the co-hosts of the Red Mist podcast. So, also a regular competitor in the TKC series. Won the 2021 TKC Winter Series. Got second. We're talking about all last week got second in his TKC NASCAR Series debut as well. So, actually a real-life racer, too, from time to time, was a 2013-2014 Skip Barber Karts to Cars entrant, participant in that. So, got a ton of open-wheel experience and got to move up and play in the Skip Barber cars. So, fortunate to see him drop.
So, in turn, another driver with some technical issues. Currently, the only driver out is Lavender. As we get ready for the restart, Divine chose the bottom, Leonard chose the top. Major chose the bottom, gained a lot of spots in the process. Young chose top. Top line chosen by Hawthorne. Tucker on the bottom. Coming up to the restart zone. We continue to blister quickly through this one. It's Divine with the green, back underway. And not as quick as I think anyone expected. I think that was a second gear start. Not a lot of momentum built up to start. Neither side able to build up momentum through 1 and 2 at least.
So side by side, still going down the backstretch. No side deck doesn't just point out, really pulling away. Daryl Young in that second position. He's been in this spot before and blew it going into turn 3. Literally now looking at the inside of Christian Leonard. Throws down crazy move to try and take the lead. Daryl Young trying to get the lead once again on the TKC 500 presented by Red Mist podcast. But 7 Hawthorne to back bumper of Christian Leonard.
These guys in the back having to sort out going 3 wide. That's with Alex Anderson, Carl Burke, and David De Silva now. As the 67 of Anderson tries to pull up there to the back of the front pack. And now David De Silva and Carl will try and catch up as well. The 88 on the bottom working in tow as well. Bit of a shakeup now after this restart. And so now these guys are trying to find their way back up to the front.
Already from first to from 26 to first with how this race is played out, by the way, for the 43. But look who's rehooked up on the bottom. The 1 and the 71. That partnership worked so good before the engine expired in the 71 car. Did they learn from the mistake before? We'll have to find out here, because even though there's no tape on these cars, it's extremely easy to pop it when you're, well, doing exactly this for about 3 laps straight.
Well, we found it earlier that his engine went kaput, I believe, about lap 59. So maybe he learns his lesson. Oh, as he starts to get a little bit more dicey, hopefully he learns his lesson, stays a bit more attentive to the oil and water temperature dashboard, and this time doesn't blow his motor in the hopes of pushing him. But right now, it looks like he's doing just fine. I think the last time is he just couldn't get enough temp to cool down the motor.
There's a wrong way to do this, like this, where he's able to run away right now, yes, but he's going to be in the red in a minute. There's a right way, where you bump in the straights, let it breathe in the corners. It doesn't look like Yun is wanting to let that breathe. He thinks offsetting it might let it breathe it. That doesn't seem to be helping. There he is. There's the breathe in the corner.
And not that much airtime necessarily. Not the right usage, but definitely the right term to let that car breathe. And that's going to really hurt his performance. Ooh, block on the bottom. Nathan Lavender does get back out on track. So all cars are back out and running, all 38 still in the show. Most of them still have their fastest pair. One who does not know, Daryl Young, we're just talking about. No, he's been on that back bumper of Steve Tucker. I mean, he might blow another motor, and this time we got a pack of 25 plus cars. I mean, this could be catastrophic if he ends up running the pistons in that one. But falling back.
Oh, spin!
It's at
and
the back.
Another caution.
It's Peter Etterman and Joe Wormter again, and we're back under caution. Another incident towards the back. It has not been a fun time, it appears, for the 9 machine. Peter Etterman involved in this caution flag, and he's amongst those having some moments.
Well, it went green for a large majority of the first opening sections of this race, and now people are starting to get more aggressive as we come up to the halfway mark. But do you just start getting this aggressive this, wouldn't say early anymore, but we've still got over half the race distance left to go? Do you start getting aggressive now, or do you wait another 40 laps?
Now, it's worth knowing Peter Etterman, if you look at the iRacing resume, doesn't have the most experience, but he is those with the NR 2003 Super Speedway League experience, which, remember, you have to give space with a lot of room there with how that sim was, since it's, you know, from 2003. We're trying to get a look at what's going on in terms of that incident, the 9 car involved. Keep in mind, Ederman's won a Daytona 500 format event before. The luck's just not been on the 9 car side tonight.
Yeah, he was one of the, I'd say, the favorites coming in with as far as experience like this goes. See the wrecks coming out of turn 4. That's aftermath. Joe Wormter just kind of got loose. I mean, he tried to he had a run coming out of turn 4, went high around Peter Ederman in the 404 car and just missed. I'm not sorry, the 40 car of Andrew McConneville, and just mistimed it. Ederman kind of drifted up a quarter of a car, but Joe just goes down about half a lane and right hooks Ederman into the wall. So unfortunate for him. You know, I don't know if he's had to use a quick repair already. He hasn't really been involved in too many incidents tonight yet, so he should be able to come down and get a brand new car. But we still have 120 laps to go as more pit stops get underway. 3 in, 3 out. That's the rule. Don't ask Robbie Lyons, though.
Yes, and everyone making sure they top off on the gas tanks. Not a surprise with how things are playing out here, and not a surprise when it comes to fuel stints, because this is essentially an easy strat from here. Under 120 to go. If you go 40, 40, 40, you're talking about 2 more pit stops the rest of the way. That last stint gets you to the checkered. Simple as that.
Oh, man. So I have some news. I figured we might have a repeat offender, and we do. Robbie Lyons respects the 3 in, but not the 3 out. Again, drove through all the pit boxes at the exit again. Did the admin see it this time?
Well, we'll find out. All well, we've had a couple cycle to the front because they stayed out. Crawthorne, Conant, Vano, Gabassian.
We're kind of getting to that point where you almost have enough repeat cautions, and you don't want to start expecting them, but you kind of start to think about that. You put that in the back of your head, okay, we've gone 6 laps and had a caution. We went 13 laps and had a caution, you know. The first 57 laps went caution 3. Now we've had 3 in about the past 24. And, you know, we're talking 4 or 5 lap caution laps too, so we've only really had a handful of green flag laps. So you kind of start to put that in the back of your mind, and you start thinking strategy. If I can, you know, go this many laps under a caution with a fuel tank, and then come in and top off and have a little bit quicker of a stop, you know, half a second or maybe just 2 or 3 seconds faster, because I, you know, come down, get tires, and be good for the end of the race. You know, we're not anywhere near that point yet, but you gotta start to put that in the back of your head as a driver. And try to maybe not win this on pace. Might not be able to put together the perfect race, but you can try to win on strategy.
So as they sort each other out here, why don't we take the time to talk with one of those who's been one of the fast drivers tonight, and we'll see if we can get a word from his team. Daryl Young, do you have a copy?
I got a copy.
Daryl, first things first, back in the top 5. Have you learned the lesson about motors yet?
Yes. Yeah, actually, the funny thing is I didn't really even think I was pushing it all that hard. I kind of know where the limit is, and when I blew my engine, I did not hit the limit that I always keep for myself. But it is also a long run. It's a 500 race, and that was about 60 green flag laps, so that probably had something to do with it, though. But yes, learn my lesson.
Just out of curiosity, what's that limit, in your opinion, on the temperature?
For drafting, what's my temp limit?
Yes.
On the advice of counsel, I invoke my 5th Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and respectfully decline to answer your question.
Wow. Okay, that's an interesting answer to what is the temperature number. But in terms of the race itself, what's been the play, or how has that strategy been working essentially with Steve Tucker?
So anyway, it's 290. Yeah, Steve's a teammate of mine in this race. So we're working together. We're doing great. I got myself up through the field after I blew my engine and got everything fixed. And we're going to try to go to the front here, so keep an eye on us.
That being said, once you get to the restart, good luck on this restart.
Thank you.
Daryl Young, looking to try and learn from the lessons. And I was about to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Braden, the next gen limit to the red is 288 oil, right?
It starts getting hot. It starts getting orange about 260, and then red about anything after that. So I'm not necessarily sure what dash setting he's going on, or if he has the dash bar up on his screen using the D hotkey, where it will tell you to change colors. But typically your dash starts blinking at some way, shape, or form as a warning light saying, hey, you're at the limit, pal.
We'll see how this restart goes. The new leader is Crawthorne. Cotton, Kabashian, and Vano all stayed out this yellow. That's also with Stephen Crone. Back underway. And not the greatest launch for the two. And some tech issues from the 48 car. Gonna make things a little interesting. The top line has all of the momentum as a result.
This poor inside line has not been able to get a jump almost in any restart or start we've had tonight. Either someone doesn't go or they've had technical issues. That 88 out front is going to get swarmed up by the field. Just here comes the 17. He goes down to the low side as he's going to make the move. That's Mike Vano now. Side drafting Tristan Cotton up there in the 7. And actually, he gets a save there as the 7 originally, when catching up to the 88, didn't decide to go and take the run. He stays behind him.
And in turn, you have a lot of strategy roulette coming into play here because a lot of these drivers, no cautions, precautions. It's going to hurt if it stays green, we'll say, for those who just stayed out here. But this is going to be an intriguing next bit or so on how this race plays out in terms of, do we see cautions, precautions, or does this work the way of those who stayed out to try and hope they got the position up front instead of being in the mid-pack?
We talked about having that experience, be able to push, know how hard to push. Someone that's been learning as we go. We talked about him early on. Ryan Kabashian in the 7th spot right now. Second car on the inside. Inside the top 10, though. Started 28th. He's only been on iRacing for about a month. Only has 50 or 60 races, which sounds like a lot. Almost all of them coming in rookie classes of some sort, mainly the street stocks at Charlotte, Miatas here and there, and doing like Formula V. He is not experienced when it comes to this type of super speeder racing. He's been, learning on the fly, and talking to him throughout the week. He's talked about how exciting he is to be here, looking forward to making a show if he could, and he's here. He's made it. He's inside the top 10.
Brayton, you mentioned how some of these guys getting their early start. I still remember. Oh, trouble!
Oh, that was not the greatest of bumps, Nick. Olsen having a moment. Actually, was that a bump, or was that Major trying to get underneath the car on a swerve? What was that?
Major tried to make it 3 wide, got to run down the middle, and Nick Olsen was going to follow him, and Major thought twice, and Major over here playing pedal tag. You can't really hit the brake gas and change your mind on a moment's notice like that. Also going to have incidents like that. And the fact they're able to keep it straight is shocking to me.
And they're now going 3 wide in the heart of this pack now, too. Mike Vano just lost all his friends up front. And there's the poor old sucker hole.
These guys have split up a lot here in this lead pack now. Things getting aggressive. It's a complete mix-up of the field. Everyone's still running or choosing to run that top side lane. As the only man who goes down to the bottom, Carl.
Yeah, Carl Burke specifically, rather than the Carl at the end of some of the commercials in the 2000s. But Jake Ennis is amongst those who is marching forward alongside Burke. It's worth noting, for the first time up towards the very front, he's been in the 20s most of the night.
I was hoping Cousin Carl came back out of racing retirement just to run the TKC 500 presented by Red Mist. But Jake Ennis inside the top 10, very common competitor. Speaking of Red Mist podcast, there it is on the side of Jake Ennis' car. But very common competitor in the NASCAR series that typically runs on Monday nights. 3 wins, most of them coming at a variety of tracks. Got top 10, I believe, at Daytona early in the season, as well as top 5 or so at Atlanta. Qualified real good, too. Elected, though, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but just didn't set a good qualifying time. Was the slowest qualifier. He got here late, didn't get practice.
Come on, front straight away. 1 car in the wall. Ryan Kilpashian bashing his right front into the fence in the 48 car. Just got rammed in the wall. Just got rammed in by the 10 car. No caution. We stay green. The blue 48 to the back.
That's what I was talking about, him having a good run.
Yeah, that right front is demolished.
Yeah, and that's not a way you want to go out, especially in something like that. And, oh man, talking about things not going right, Carl is angry. He was just yelling at one of the guys in the mid-pack. I think yelling at David De Silva or Anderson, who I believe cut his nose off going down to the bottom. So people starting to get frustrated here in this mid-pack as we got 10 laps to the halfway point. So people and things heating up now at the front of this pack.
That 48 car, by the way, meatball flag has to come in to fix the car. That is not good for Kabashian after having his fender bashed in. Oh, and more.
Oh, no.
Now the 10 is in it from the 36 spot. No caution somehow. The main pack holds on. The splinter packs are falling apart. In fact, the splinters are falling over the racetrack.
Philip Trapezinski is heated.
If you're one of these guys in the second pack kind of sitting back, I mean, you're 3-4 seconds off the lead pack for a reason. I mean, you still got over 100 laps, over 250 miles to go. And I mean, you're back there trying to keep calm, cool, collected, not really be in trouble. You run single file. We got a replay of Philip Trapezinski here. Just going through the corner. I mean, has a huge gap between him and the lead pack. And I want to see it coming out of turn 2 here. Gets a bad bump. That's Andrew McConneville, and it's right into the wall. Philip already not having a good night, 2 laps down, and Andrew was also 1 lap down, so not a good night for either of these drivers currently.
Again, no caution, we stay green, and others in the wall now. The 57, Brandon Devine, got shuffled out, and now he's dragging the wall. They are not giving a lot of space for that middle line.
No, especially not in the tri oval. That's where we've seen 2 out of the last 3 people drag and hit the wall. And a lot of these guys splitting it 3 wide, maybe they get a little nervous, seeing that, there's another driver trying to go through. And while 3 wide is very applicable here at Daytona, if you don't run 3 wide very often, if you don't do a lot of plate racing, it's scary for the first time. I can tell you that.
Lap car down low. Kilbashian is rejoining the track right in the heart of 3 and 4. Kilbashian just avoided hitting 3 more cars. And a few drivers just had a scary moment. This is not even halfway yet, and they're having scary moments like it's 3 to go.
Pucker factor Zuho for a lot of guys. Nick Frangiolis was one of those that voices displeasure over the radio, saying that wasn't quite the smartest move. Christian Linder, though, still leading the pack, using that high line. But here comes Robbie Lyons on the bottom. Been up front for most of the night, 3 in, 3 out, but inside the top 5, no problem. Pierre Thompson, though, to his back bumper, helping him out, one of his TKC Racing teammates.
Right back to the teamwork. You know who's also up there? From being a lap down just about, Kenny Reel. He's the 3rd car at the bottom, one of the Maconi setup shop back drivers here tonight. He's changed his look so many times for the different races, and he made it pretty clear he called a shot. He's here to win. He's also Alexander Boteros' biggest fan.
At least I have fans. I'll point it that much. It's it's one great thing to see. Thank you. I mean, that's pretty cool to see. As we've got some mixing there, as Kenny Reel is 3 wide with TKC. And a lap car, that's the 9 machine who we saw earlier. He will split it 3 with a lapper, and now they're going to try and set up that bottom lane once again. That's going to be Kenny Reel, the 44 of Pierre, and then the 42 of Robbie Lyons. They'll try and all mix up, and then with help from behind, I think they may be able to get something to work.
And in turn, drivers are already taking note of that bottom line, having a lot of drivers. There's another hit to the wall for Devine. This has not been the most divine part of the run for Brandon. That 57 to the very back, that top line starting to dissipate because everybody wants to move forward with the jimmy jacking.
Leonard, another driver almost in the wall. I mean, these guys are just getting so aggressive when you run up by the wall. It's definitely a quicker way around, but a little bump wiggles you around a little bit as we get longer and longer on a green flag run to get less fuel in the tank, which is in the rear of the car. You get less rear stability, less rear grip, and the bumps start to kind of multiply as far as aggressiveness, and really you see the snaking throughout the whole field there. But I think some of these guys, they can't really see in front of them. They're having trouble seeing the wall depending on where they're at in the car. And I mean, it's very easy when you're running that high side to get up by the wall. And to think, we've been 2 wide in most of this run and most of this race. We haven't even thought about going 3 wide with a major pack yet. So once you get later in this race, they're already trying to stack them up again. It's going to get real spicy, real dicey here in a little bit.
Especially with us just about at that midway point of the race. 3 more teammates already lining up behind Major. Well, Major is technically the 5th because an interesting thing about this, they have each had a throwback to favorite drivers. Usually you would see Nick Olsen the 24, but I'm guessing he avoided the 24 because of the Jeff Gordon curse. Yes, that's a thing, and that's happened a lot when he's had the 24 car. Major instead gets the 24 car. In turn, you have to throw back to Travis Pastrana for Indy Casey. Throw back to Cole Trickle in the 51. Throw back to every car at Chip Ganassi for the 42 of Lions, and Terry Labonte for Pierre Thompson on that bottom line. 5 cars as a line looking to work together. 4 of them got the manufacturer together. 1 wanted to be a Toyota.
Well, I also would like to say something. It was really weird. Just a few weeks ago, during one of the TKC regular series races, someone had a change in paint scheme. And if I remember correctly, it was the fight against Jeff Gordon race cars. Because there's a stigma on iRacing that the Jeff Gordon race cars think they are Jeff Gordon and cause multitude amount of incidents. And, you know, you mentioned that and I had completely forgotten, but that was a moment in TKC history that comes back, and you mention it now, and maybe the 24 curse might live on or it might not.
I mean, it's funny that's an iRacing thing. It's weird. I don't know what it is in terms of the statistics of drivers versus or against Jeff Gordon paint schemes, but it can happen. And it is a big chatter point in official racing, I can tell you.
Green on race cars is also a huge superstition. Actually, we're going to have a green race car. We haven't done a scheme reveal for Daytona this week yet, but we were going to have a green race car, but the team shot it down because they didn't want to have green on their race car at Daytona.
That's interesting. Why was that when it comes to your camp?
I just like green race cars, to be honest. I've always ran green race cars, and typically I'm number 13 in racing. I do local stuff. Obviously, I gotta go back and forth like a hot dog, but I typically run number 13, which is another superstition. I have a green 13, so a double negative makes it positive at some point.
So what color ended up winning out? I'm curious for that 95 car you're running.
Yes, we have a lovely kind of a maroon red, white, and a gold scheme we're looking to debut. It's not a metallic gold, unfortunately, but it's a beautiful car. Hoping to reveal it here in the next couple of days. And good old friend Gavin designed a beautiful scheme for that one, and hopefully we can end up in victory lane.
We're just about at the midway point of the race, though. Lap 100 coming to a close this time by. So far, we've had a few caution flags and a lot of comers and goers as of late. But those who have found a way to the front have trended to dominate up the front. Christian Leonard has led 22 laps now. Steve Tucker's led 47. Robbie Lyons 11. 7 Hawthorne, the pusher for Leonard, has led 6. Daryl Young led the first 5 before swapping and pushing the 1 much of the first run before blowing the motor. Couple of our leaders, Crawthorne, Devine, Casey, and Gage. Midway point of the race, Christian Leonard up front at halfway, cross flags at the stripe.
And, you know, Christian Leonard and Selden Hawthorne, these guys work together so hard in the actual TKC series regular and the postseason. They've been working together to try and get each other through the playoffs as fast and as well as possible. These two teammates work together at almost every track and especially at every plate track, so it is not surprising to see these two working together to race for the lead.
So for the top 10, how things are shaking out right now is Leonard, then it's Hawthorne, then it's Kauser, then it's De Silva, Beno, Anderson, Tucker, Young, Manger, and Kenny Rio is currently in the top 10. Keep in mind, the first 7 or so drivers are all single filed out here. Keep in mind, we're about midway through the fuel run, expecting a couple more pit stops in total to be able to make it to the end on gas right now. So with that being said here, with the grand total of 29 drivers amongst packs, 25 in the lead group, your thoughts on what we've seen so far, Braden, at this midway point with a lot of changes as of late?
That everyone pretty much is still out on track. Philip Drobczynski, the only driver not currently running. He's in the pits getting some of that damage fixed, but everyone I feel like is leaving a lot in the tank. You've seen that high side be dominant almost all race long. Currently, Christian Leonard, Seven Hawthorne, using that the best, I guess. But they've also been working together all race. I mean, it doesn't matter if they were first and second or 37th, 38th. They were bumper to bumper working together. They're friends. They race each other all the time in the TKC NASCAR series here on Monday nights. And I think they're really taking that, teamwork and excelling it to their maximum potential, and that's why they're 1-2 right now. And I feel like we saw that with Young earlier and Steve Tucker. We've seen them work together quite a bit, and Daryl Young blowing up kind of hurt their momentum quite a bit, and they haven't been able to get back up there to the front. But I think whoever can control that high side with a friend, I don't think they're going to have to worry about Seven Hawthorne pulling out anytime soon. But I think having a friend there is what's going to be able to keep him up front. And no one really right now is being able to pull on a good fight to the high side.
And that's been the trend throughout this era of the next-gen car with the current draft model. We touched upon this earlier on. But in terms of what we've seen, who do you think's been the most impressive so far, Alex, to your opinion, and why?
Well, a lot of these guys have been impressive, no doubt, but I gotta say it, these two have been together, I believe, the entire race for good and for bad. The number 1 of Steve Tucker, the 71 of Daryl Young, they have been outburst stars. They were leading the pack for so long, pushing each other and helping each other through to the point where the 71 went over his temperature streak of about 290 degrees. And he blew his motor, but now look at it. They're back together again, and it's picture for picture here at the front of the field as Christian Leonard and Seven Hawthorne do the same thing.
Of note, one driver just lost the rear world spotter. Bradley Roden, who was on the box for the 71 of Daryl Young, no longer on the box. So that means one less live spotter in the field. The other live spotters, you have Nathan Lavender, who has one, Zachary Ward had one, and Mark Ward. Here's a look from Nick Olson, meanwhile. I'm still keeping an eye on when Olson makes his move yet again to get up front, because he's run in a ton of series. He's one of the drivers who in the past has run in series like Monday Night Racing. He's got the motorsports connections. He's been a driver who's known for being pretty aggressive to try and win races on the super speedways. And he's also amongst those who's also fairly aggressive on the side draft you're seeing in the midst of this pack.
I mean, you saw him there going in the corner, getting right up to the quarter panel. Going to see him start going down the straightaway with Carl Burke and Kenny Real. I mean, he didn't hesitate at all to put just a little bit of air just to try and drag the outside back. He's probably, in terms of experience, one of the most veteran drivers out here in this 38 car field. And like you mentioned, some of the leagues he's raced have been legendary. He raced against IRL drivers. We got 3 wide though, right in front. Bit of a shuffle for the lead. Kyle Major on the bottom. Mike Vano in the middle. Not the first time he's been stuck in the middle with Clowns to the left, Jokers to the right. But he is falling back. Falling back fast.
Whoa, in trouble! There I saw it.
Robbie Lyons, Tarn pick stack up. Stephen Cronin into the nose of Lyons. Contact also collecting Colin Grayson, several more. And we're under caution with 94 laps to go. Lyons gets turned at the start and finish line.
Not the big one. Wasn't that huge. Very catastrophic to multiple drivers, but only 4 or 5 involved. Robbie Lyons, though, with some of the worst damage to say that. Then net cut also. We'll get a replay here in a little bit, but.
Well,
yeah, keep an eye on it. That's from the 3 wide. Remember, one car got shuffled here, and then the shuffle lost track.
Well, I mean,
there was some air.
Yeah, and there was a bobble, and everyone trying to let everyone through, and going 3 wide in the tri-oval is kind of hard, because I'll admit that is, I believe, where the track pinches a smidge, especially at the line. But, I mean, there was a bit of room.
And to be expected, Lions taking the faster pair. Why did the errors fly into here? Let's see that viewpoint. This is where Lions gets hooked, and keep in mind, and there are 3 or 4 cars join in about here.
I think when you were mentioning Nick Olsen there, you were seeing when he was going to make his move. I think he just drifts up the track a small bit, which forces the 17 to go up. Thought he had a little more room than he did, and just clipped the 42. But that's interesting, though.
The number 44 of Pierre Thompson was right behind Robbie Lyons when that happened, and had a look at what he did moment there. He put it up in the wall to make it around that wreck and minimize his damage by magnitude.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll sort things out here. You're watching Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Daytona for more coverage of the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast. Let's take a look on board at what happened from the 2 machine. Once again, this is Stephen Crone, involved in this most recent incident.
Man, what a way to try and thread the needle. Got a little involved there and taps the 42, but I don't think he really could have gone anywhere else.
That's how quick it happens. I mean, he saw a little bit of smoke, and in real time, I mean, only a millisecond went by, and next thing you know, you're T-boning a car up in the wall, and there's the race done. Thankfully, they got faster pairs, but.
Also of note, we've had a crash that happened under caution. Kenny Rio hit the back of the driver in front of him. However, they were able to get to the pit road safely despite the crash, so to speak, with the contact. In turn, Hollenkauser is the leader. He won the race off pit road, and for the first time, the 04 leads a line. Alex Anderson choosing the top. Kenny Rio, despite that contact under caution, was the second driver to choose the bottom. That could be huge if this line gets going in quickly. This is the first time Kauser's up at the front.
Interesting development here. They are giving wave arounds. They previously said it was only iRacing Lucky Dogs, but they have decided to give wave arounds to Nathan Everett.
We've had a crash again under caution.
Oh,
Colin
boy.
Grace has crashed under caution now.
Oh, no.
Colin Grace, one of the drivers that was about to mention, got a wave around, and 8 laps down is about instead of becoming 7, a lot more.
Contact to the back of Christian Barker under the caution. And now they are telling drivers to go low after what just happened.
I mean, they had guys getting lucky dogs and full speed coming on the back of pack, and I don't think I expect them to be double files. We're getting ready to go green flag racing one more time here.
Chaos is building. 90 laps to go. Kowser the leader for the first time. He's got help from a Phil Maconi driver and Kenny Reel. Oh, and don't clear. That wasn't clear. Nearly Reel coming up in front of Anderson.
So close there with the 67 of Alex Anderson. Almost caught the nose of that Cleveland Browns Toyota, and what was going to be a terrible move was able to save it in the end. Now has the help from the 24 down below. And Anderson up there pushing. Pierre Thompson still in the lead. Oh, sorry. Still pushing Julian Kowser in the lead as David De Silva now works behind him as well.
Kowser becoming the first piper of this run. Both lines equal footing, though, it seems this time. They've got a good amount of momentum and pushers there. No one's really going up straight to the top. It's about equalized out for the first time all day today.
Yeah, I mean, they're still side by side even after a couple laps after the restart. But Nick Olsen, who's kind of been inside the top 10 for most of this one, and David De Silva, though, are back to being side by side. That's when they were side by side like this. Lap 57, they were actually single file, but that's when Daryl Young blew his motor, and De Silva actually spun the left rear of Nick Olsen and got themselves both involved in that crash. They're side by side, though, once again. 50 laps later, inside the top 6, going at it here as Holding Cows are trying to hang on to the bottom, but he's got Kenny Rhodes outside.
With help for the 24 of Kyle Manger, he'll try and take the lead. But Kenny Reel's not going to give up any of that position. Now getting a shove from the 67 of Alex Anderson, and he will clear. And they have a major run, and maybe Anderson will clear too. If Kyle Manger lets off, they are both clear. We've got a two-car tandem, and there goes Anderson for the lead.
Nobody wanted right second.
Whoa!
That was a side draft and a half. Reel getting very dicey. Now a block Anderson. Now they're Jimmy jacking on the bottom. Manger trying to check up as much as he can as De Silva. Now the lead car on the bottom line. This is getting pretty chaotic. Nobody wants the lead up front.
Well, nobody wants the lead, and everybody wants the lead. Everybody has been scrambling around so far, and it's only been a couple people to successfully do it, and the 04 almost turns David De Silva.
This is getting extremely dicey here, and the more they check up, the more this gets, well, chaotic here. That intensity level is already seeming to be going up and up and up. We're not even at money time yet.
Now the Jimmy jacking is definitely through the roof. That's Alex Anderson, though, leading the pack. Not a big Cleveland Browns guy, I'm not going to lie. But Kenny Reel is the back bumper, giving him a nice little push. These two are working real well together. See what I did there? Reel. Kenny Reel. Justin, I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, some contact to the wall again. That's Steve Tucker now. Daryl Young jumping up there as well. And now some tandeming working. At this point, when you see craziness like this, do you try right up front? Or do you, hit the wall? I guess the answer is, do you hit the wall? Hawthorne again in the wall.
Take a look at what he did.
It doesn't work here.
These guys are trying all sorts of strategies as they almost got wrecked there between the 72-53 and the 18. They got dicey. Went 3 wide there as there's a move for the lead. Kenny Reel with help from Daryl Young will take the 67 underneath in turn 3. Now has help from the 43 of Christian Leonard as they all go back to the top. They're going to try and even out these lanes again. This top now starting to formulate that run as they had, and they're trying to get back to the strength of which they had earlier this race.
Lots of talking, lots of words, lots of drivers trying to be able to ride and race. Keep in mind, it's still going to be an interesting time if it stays green. Keyword, if it stays green. We are 4 laps away from getting to a one-stopper from here. Not that you would pit 7 laps into the run, but, I mean, they're trying to do something that involves contact.
A lot of these guys are getting frustrated with each other because this is the most aggressive we've seen the field out of any of the tries that, they've all gone for the lead. this has been the most aggressive they've been all night. We're on lap 116. There's still over 80 laps to go. And things are getting real heated here in Daytona Beach, Florida. And, I don't disagree with you, Justin. I think it, may be a smart move in the end if they think it can go green. Come down as soon as you possibly can. Avoid that overcut and see if you can get back going again. Try and get as much fuel as you can to make it to the end. Try and go. And that might be a different and a better change in strategy. But we'll have to see if it goes green.
That bottom line moving back. Top line starting to get calm here. I give it 5 seconds before someone hits the wall again.
Well, I don't know over under on how many times someone has tried bump drafting someone and then ended up hitting the wall or moved and hit the wall.
Oh, it took 7 seconds this time. That was the 25. But
oh man,
there's another one. So at this point, keep in mind, some of the drivers that have dropped back in the midst of all this, you have drivers towards the back who have ran towards the front, like Tate Crawford. Robbie Lyons especially is someone to note. Since that caution, he's only gone back to 25th position. Instead of joining his teammates, he said, you know what, I'm just going to stay behind. He's picked up Lucas Cram, mind you, on the spotter stand. The late model driver, not the Dawson Cram.
Yeah, I think having that roll-up spotter, which is something that Robbie is used to, he does a lot of iRacing, but also having that roll-up experience, having a roll-up spotter, be able to relay exactly what you ask for, not just at the mercy of what you're given. I feel like that can really excel your race in a race like this. Being able to find out which lane's working together, which lane's about to check up. If you're experienced enough, you can look at a pack, you can look at the high side here and say, hey, they're about to stall out here going, in the 3, and you want to be able to move the bottom, pick up, 2 or 3 spots here. And you can do that every lap. I think that's what Robbie Lyons is going to have to do to make up some positions to get inside that top 20 again. I mean, it's crazy to think Robbie Lyons has had the top 20 after how dominant he was early on.
Yeah. I mean, it's not point paying time or money time yet. So, you can see where the argument is there. Kauser really wants that bottom line to get some passes down. He does not want it to stay stagnant. This is the hardest we've seen the side drafting from the middle line all race.
And, that's the one thing with the next-gen plate package is once that top lane gets going, it is really hard to get it to stop unless you have 2 people controlling both lanes for team purposes, and he gets shuffled out. The 04 gets shuffled out back to the middle, and we have a new change in the lead of the bottom lane. That's now Kyle Manger, who leads on that 24 in the inside lane, and that's what I was saying. They need that shakeup on the top to make it work, and now the bottom lane's charging again, but now that 51 really needs to get it, really needs to try and push the 24 here of Kyle Manger. This is the closest the lanes have been, and the bottom now looks to be the stronger lane.
And Cows are able to finally find a hole. Real is now running the middle here, driving almost into the side draft. Manger, he's getting some small little arrow pushes from Nick Olson and company. No major pushing, but enough to at least keep him there.
Yeah, things are really shuffling up here in the middle of this run, about 15 or so. I mean, that green flag lap since the last caution. We're about on pace for one. That's the way things have been going the past couple times. McKinney Real, your leader. You got help from Daryl Young. Daryl Young knows how to push, maybe a little bit too much. See if he back and lighten up. One of the few drivers, though, that doesn't have a fast repair. So honestly, the fact that he's up here in the middle of all the mayhem, a little risky.
So we've just gotten word that the 9 car is going to have to pit in about 2 laps. I believe that might be
now.
Oh,
yeah. Ederman just came in now, so some of the drivers who had to take some wave arounds starting to run out of luck. That was 40 laps for Ederman. Ederman had been the last on the lead lap just about before that pit stop. So this is the mark where if you want to split this up in even parts, this gets you to 1 stop from here. Everybody else, it looks like, obviously going to run it to dry. But keep in mind, if it stays green, it's a top-off race from here on out if you run it dry.
And we talked about coming down with only 4 or 5 of your bestest pals and friends and being able to go faster than actually a pack of 20 or 25 cars. So we're going to see guys start to work together. We saw some of the TKC guys work together earlier before that last caution. I mean, you got Kevin Hawthorne and Christian Leonard. They were working together, and then Alex Penn, Matt Haas were all together. So you had quite a few guys just kind of getting in different packs and trying to make some magic happen. You might see that under caution.
Lap traffic ahead, Carlin Grace. The 27 car stays to the bottom this time.
Oh, it might be a replay of what happened earlier as he goes on the bottom. They're all going to try and go to the middle this time, and maybe they might actually do it.
And there's some of the walls, but for the most part, they're safe. Now Grace gets the apron. I couldn't help but laugh a little bit because on the radio, I could hear the questioning panic of, are you going apron? Apron? Apron?
I heard that too, and I don't think they wanted him to go where he was, but you know, they were able to get by him. No trouble really, and these guys continue to be strong here up in the front pack as well. That bottom lane still led by the 24 of Kyle Manger, as well as the 51 of Nick Olson in tow. As they try to get that bottom lane restarted again, need a bigger bubble or a bigger bobble out of that top side lane if they want to get back up to that front lane.
So obviously we've talked about how it's not points paying or money time right now for a lot of these drivers. When does that mark come to more focus, if in your case, Brayton? Based on what you've had in the real world, when does your spotter or crew say, okay, we got to get spots now. We got to get these now. Come on, make 7 passes in the next 2 laps.
Yeah, typically sit there and you don't want to wait too long, but you want to wait till the end of the race. You don't want to put yourself in a bad predicament where you're 3 wide middle to force them up in the wall, to get right hooked, and all of a sudden, you know, the race is done before you're even near the finish. So typically you get inside that 20 or 30 lap window and start to really push, and then get inside that 10 or 15 lap window, and that's when you start going incredibly hard. You see a hole, you shove your nose in and you hope it fits. You hope it sticks, and you hope the guy to your outside doesn't come down on you. That's when the magic starts to happen, and then you get a caution, you re-rack them, you restack them, you pack up the whole field. That's when the craziness begins.
There's a look at the track temps, by the way. It is almost 5 p.m. in sim after all. As cool as it's been. Interesting enough, the speeds have stayed at about 193-ish miles an hour for the most part down the straights. Maybe 196 with the pushes. Don't think we've seen too much in the 200-mile-an-hour range on speeds. All with that wind continuing to stay around the south-southeast all race.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen some weather changes, and that can affect what happens in the pack as well, as if it could give them a headwind or a tailwind. And if you really can't get a good running and a good push in a tailwind when nobody expects it, you could be off and away compared to the rest of the field.
All sorted together. Oh, and the sorting becomes bejumbled. Bergamont's nearly into the wall. The Northwest Racing Series driver got a little bit dicey there. He's been a long-time racer after all, but right now, he's having some wild moments.
Go ahead. To answer the question on speed, currently fastest lap of the race is a 46.020. That is held by I'm sorry, that is incorrect information. I'm going to be quiet. I'll come back to the next time around. But talking about the wind plays a huge effect in the way these cars draft. As we're catching up some lap traffic, it's going to get real interesting. That's Steven Crown on the bottom of the racetrack. Going to go below the apron. Hopefully he stays there. But having the wind to the east and the southeast allows you to get a bigger run if you're behind a car coming out of turn 4, setting up for an awesome finish. So hopefully it stays that way. If it picks up a little bit, you might be able to use that draft. And it plays a huge effect on iRacing, especially in the real world too. With it only being 4 or 5 miles an hour, I don't think it's going to be a major factor though in this.
Well, here goes the field. Alex Anderson drops low with Christian Leonard with 7 Hawthorne in tow. They all get stacked together, hopefully trying to jumble up and restart that push in the bottom lane. We've got 3 next gens all in a line pushing each other at the same time. They were all pushing each other going into turns 3 and 4, and look what it's done for the momentum on the bottom lane.
And now a chance for someone to make a pass low side here. Would this work? Yes.
Yes, it does.
Alex Anderson with a push from Leonard. One of the first times we've seen the bottom have a quick lead change today.
They really took advantage of the bottom. Leonard knows how to get up front. He runs regular in the TKC series. Got second at Daytona and then third at Atlanta in the regular TKC series. They're going to go ahead and put Christian Barker a lap down as well. They were the Mateo Villeneuve scheme. But Leonard knows how to be up front with the help of Seven Hawthorne. And look how much of a gap they got over Steve Tucker and Darrell Young. I mean, they gapped those guys. See what I did there? But Alex Anderson to the point. This is the first time the Cleveland Browns have been out front and leading something in well, not a couple laps, but a couple weeks.
I mean, the NFL season hasn't been in about a month or so, and, well, they're not at the factory of sadness today.
Well, no.
This is the factory of happiness here.
Yeah. And,
well, happiness and Sharknadoes as well as, you know, the new Costco.
That is true. But talking about the Cleveland Browns, the last time that they were winning, they got to the wild card, and then the very own Houston Texans and CJ Stroud shut that down. But what's not being shut down right now is that bottom lane trying to get recharged again with Kyle Manger leading once more. He was able to help Seven Hawthorne, Christian Leonard, and Alex Anderson by giving one final tap to the rear end of the 18, which carried all three out to the front and ahead of Kenny Rio and the leading of that topside lane. And it doesn't look like that restart can go. They're starting to fall back, as well as a couple people hitting the wall.
So, believe you did the math, and math is hard to do. After all, you could count to 3. Brayton, I believe you counted to about 197.
I just want to point out the broadcast ATVO says 196. By my calculations, Kyle Manger has the fastest lap at 45.497, 197.8 miles an hour average. So definitely hitting above 200 just right there on the border. That, by the way, came back way long ago in about the middle of the race.
Wait, did you say, if I heard that right, did you say the right side of 200?
Maybe. I'll have to go back and double check that. But that lap coming back about lap 46. I'm gonna go talk to my calculator real quick. And
do numbers have sides?
Wait, your calculator talks to you?
It does. Did it not talk to you guys?
No.
No.
Oh, well, actually, he did. Yes, Kyle Manger did go 201 across the line. So we are to the right side of 200 at some point tonight, thanks to Kyle Manger.
I didn't know numbers had a left or right side.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It curves to the right, yeah.
Okay, so on that note, though, so far, these drivers are getting set for the pit stop window. About 15 laps from that pit stop sequence. That's very quick, with about 10 minutes time here. Eventually, you have to get those ducks in a row here. So how do you go this on the fuel? Do you just fill it up to the top? Or do you try and do a 2-tire, split the gas, and then try and set yourself for the ladder stop? There's a lot of questions on that, Mark. What would you do, Alex?
Well, right now, I think for a lot of these guys, as the fuel tank empties and you really come up to the point where, you know, it might be time to come down pit road again, you got to wonder, this is the time more than any of the other times we've had green flag pit stops to really get communicating with people. Communication is key, because this could be the last pit stop that we do. So, in order for these guys to effectively and efficiently make it down pit road to maintain their spot on the track, communication is more than anything, above all else, the most important thing they need to do.
And being able to stop in your pit box.
And not going through 7 pit boxes. 42.
Yeah.
3 and 3 out.
3 and 3 out.
3 and 3 out. Out, yes. Oh, it's some
was also on fire.
Oh, there's some scrapey scrape. David Da Silva yet again just scraped some paint off the wall. At this point, some of these drivers are going to have a completely blank right side of the race car with these scrapey scrapes.
We call that a Daytona stripe. Not very common here, but all 38 drivers still on track, 31 of which on the lead lap. Andrew McConneville and Christian Barker, 2 1 lap down. Nathan Lavadeur, 2 down. Peter Ederman, 3 down. Stephen Crone, 7 down. Colin Grace, 10 down after a multitude of disconnection, hardware, wall issues. And then Philip Drobzinski, who's had a little bit of everything go wrong, is their last place runner, currently 15 laps down, but still out there nonetheless. So 38 cars out there. I mean, anything can happen. I don't think, they're going to get 10, 15 laps back, but I think you can make up 2 or 3 if we get enough cautions here at the end.
And that's just going to be the interesting thing.
Whoa!
That was a near late block from Olsen. It's still enough room for Manger, but that was a little bit... Oh, here we go!
Oh, and there we go, the 1. And he's going to be sideways. Does he save it? I don't think he does. Steve Tucker parks it on the inside of the racetrack, and no yellow.
We stay green. Sole car underneath the yellow line. You could see that coming after that stack up, and that is not going to be a home run of a move, to say the very least, in the back room in reveal.
So David De Silva just peeked his nose underneath the 1 car just a bit too late. The 1 was holding his line, staying in that topside lane. The 25 looked down low, then looked to maybe want to side draft and come back up, and then he just clips the left rear of the 1 car.
Yep, this was fine, and then watch the 25.
Yeah, it was fine, and then it wasn't. And there you go. Now, it's a miracle he didn't clobber that bottom lane. If he had done that, that might have been the big one.
Yeah, right at the head of the field, and in turn, the one who's been very strong all race does not have anyone to work with now, and is already at risk of losing a lap pretty soon. There's the look at the head of the field again.
Yeah, we're in that territory where you can maybe think about coming down and pitting. We're not quite there where we're going to be safety on 1 lap. We get to go about 15, 20 laps to go. But if you want to come down with your 4 or 5 bestest pals, try and make up some time and, maybe be the difference.
Whoa, stack up 71 hard to the outside wall. And there is the big one. That's at least 6, 7, 8 cars involved. And there they all go, stack up on the top, and they all implode out of turn 2.
Well, that was an interesting one. The 18 car, 7 Hawthorne, went down in turn 1. The whole field said, we're expecting them to blow their doors off from that bottom line. Here's the thing, the bottom line came in at full speed and then had to go full brake check.
Yeah, I was hearing from some of these guys. They were communicating about how much fuel they had left. Alex Anderson, our leader, had about 12 laps left, and the 18 of 7 Hawthorne was going to pit down low. And so maybe just a miscommunication on the top. People were slowing down, so was the bottom, nowhere to go. And just that's what happens. It's the nature of Daytona. Miscommunication is the worst thing that can happen when you're going about 195 around a corner with 30 other guys around you.
And that's going to be catastrophic for Daryl Young, who got arguably some of the worst damage out of that wreck. No fast repair left for him. After running in top 5 almost all night, I'd say his hopes of winning the TKC 500, presented by Red Mist Podcast, are slim to none.
And is having some hard contact. Nick Van Golis also amongst those with a meatball flag from that incident. You know who avoided that somehow? The Holly Kauser was in the heart of it and missed it all, too.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how he made it through that, if I'm honest with you. That's just in some insane wreck avoidance there. As you can just see the massive pileup that happened out of turn 2, multiple cars involved. I think the total number is 12, if I'm not mistaken. 12 cars at least involved in that accident. He goes all the way down to the bottom, cuts the grass, and he makes it through. I didn't know Chevy was making lawnmowers now.
You can always throw a Chevy into a lawnmower, the motor block. But now, pit stop time, and this makes it a bit more simpler. One stop to get to the end after this. A couple drivers missing the box. Outside of that, everybody else on track is a wave around car. Amongst those involved, Daryl Young, Kenny Reel, Nick Olson, Pierre Thompson, David De Silva getting some of the worst of it. Race off the line, won by 7 Hawthorne. So as everyone sorts things out here, why don't we get one of the comments from one of the drivers. We talked about the 04 just missing it. Hoying Kauser jumps into the booth here. He's actually trying to sort out the spot. Hoying, talk us through what you just seen for the crash.
Well, I literally just saw the top lane check up, and next thing you know, there's cars flying everywhere in front of me. I'm gonna be honest, I just decided to turn left and just pray for the best, and I miraculously made it through there.
So with this race so far, as you hear some of the chatter over the race right now, race comms, in terms of how tonight's played out, how have you been trying to play it? You've bled a few times. How have you tried to play it?
I've been playing a mix of both. To be fair, I've had my aggressive runs and the rest pretty, I say safe. We're running the inside, making it easier to avoid incidents, and the other running high, trying to gain positions.
So in turn, what's the play from here? What's it going to take for you to be the winner of this race?
It's going to take a lot of strategy, primarily a lot of communicating with other people and trying to find someone who works with me. If I find a car that works with me, I think I have a good chance of winning this.
We'll let you get back to the preparation. Thank you for the time, Hoying.
All right, thank you.
It's Mr. Kauser, Carly amongst those who avoided the chaos, and amongst those who's up towards the front here for the upcoming restart. He's currently scored in 4th. It looks like he'll be the first on the bottom. The top 3 all chose the top. Oh, and hold on, the 04 with top after choosing bottom.
Whoa-oh.
They didn't really say what the penalty for that would be, but I'm sure we're about to find out.
Race control just told him, go back down low. He's got to pass the 30 car. Alex Penn passed him while he went up top. The 30, somebody's going to notice in a second. I think Hoying's saying, I've got to go.
Ooh.
This is a good question. Does Alex Penn contest this with Kauser being in the wrong lane and say, or they should probably be shuffling this here.
What I've been hearing is that we had two choose cone chown incidents at the same time. The 04 and the 53 chose the bottom, and they both went to the top late after the choose. I believe the admins are looking into it, but Alex Penn has to argue his case. You can't move your lanes and you can't choose a different lane after you've passed the choose cone. So what is the plan here?
I mean, I've literally seen somebody before in softball where they had a timeout. Someone was on second base. They had the timeout, and then they just, because no one noticed, stole third base because literally the entire opposing team never noticed. They stole a base at the speed of light. I think Alex Penn just stole the lead of the bottom line in the speed of light because of that, and no one noticed except for us.
Well, you'd hope we'd notice.
Well, Alex Penn in control of the bottom. The race leader, 7 Hawthorne, are backing away. So we'll see how long the 30 makes this last. I mean, pretend you're the leader until you make it. He has a chance to lead again.
This is true, and you know, I was hearing from some of these guys, especially some of them back in the field, that they need to tackle the brake checking issue on restarts.
Yeah, that's been a huge thing when it comes to that, because you try and gas up, guess the start, you end up having a botch start. You end up having to slam off the gas. Or, better yet, you don't have enough response to the gas. You lose a good second or two because you're not in the gas at the right time. It's an art form to get in good restarts here.
It really is, and be able to hit their gears too at just the right RPM. It could be the deciding factor of getting in green-white-checkered territory. But once again, Seven Hawthorne and Christian Leonard out front, but not in the regular order. Normally it's been Seven Hawthorne, your Daytona winner in that regular TKC NASCAR series, has been pushing Christian Leonard. But this time it's flip-flop. Christian Leonard pushing his good friend Seven. And here's one thing about having this friend, is we got some guys bailing out on the apron. Your friend's not going to go underneath you, and you can comfortably control that high side and get this huge run that can see 4 or 5 cars cleared over the bottom.
Of note, Robbie Lyons amongst those you just seen trying to drop back 2 times in a row, by the way, down the front straightaway. Oh, some drivers not liking the chippiness. It's a little bit dicey towards the mid and backpack. You have to be aware of your surroundings, and right now that's something that is popping up across this field. You got to make sure you're clear. But better yet, make sure you get these bumps right. Kowser's trying to push.
The second pack and this first pack has been increasingly aggressive this entire race, and I think it's all coming to a head now as we're going into the last 50 laps of tonight's main event. It sure has been one to remember. And these lead pack guys of Christian Leonard and Seven Hawthorne have not looked back. Seven Hawthorne, only man in the TKC series undefeated at plate tracks. So, and we have a wreck. We have another caution. David Gage, Andrew McConneville, and Zachary Ward involved. Or no, sorry, not Zachary Ward, but the 40 involved in the back of the field, as well as the 404. And that's going to bring out the yellow again.
And yet again, remember, we've had a couple offset bumps, or better yet, bumps that have turned into bumps to the right rear quarter panel. I have a feeling we just had another as that exploded and imploded and destroyed the second pack.
That happened really fast. That all built up one after another. We're getting a replay of it now. Getting that second pack, and it's almost a carbon copy of what happened about 60 laps ago. And in the same position, too.
And already a lot of these drivers with faster pairs utilized. This is going to hurt some. Colin Grace also was amongst those in the grass. A couple others involved.
Oh, man.
And we're back under yellow. And it's at a tough spot. It is still not on the fuel mark. Do you top off here, or do you keep the track position?
I think you come down here, you top off if you're, outside the top 15. You're really not in a position to win it. You can't really gain a whole lot if you're inside of the top 15. You're kind of stalemating. But if you're outside the top 15, come down here, top off, you get another caution in 15, 20 laps. We got some takers high up in the pack, but you get that quicker pit stop when it actually matters later in the race. That might be the one different.
Well, I'm more concerned about if these guys in the lead, because you could save a pretty generous amount of fuel, all things considered, a few laps under caution. A couple laps there saved if you clutch in 5th gear and shut off the motor. You could save a lot of fuel under yellow. But that does bring in the question of, at what position throughout the field do you say, well, I don't really have the track position I'd want. I think it's better if I pit this caution, go out on track, and then some people might even take it to a further extreme and come back down pit road to fill up that gas they used getting out of pit road the first time. So we just had a yellow, and we had a couple of green flag laps. As of right now, if I'm in the top 5, I do not want to lead.
Well, tell that to Seven Hawthorne. He's the leader at the moment, after all. He's got his friend Christian Leonard. They've stuck together all race.
And they made it work, too.
Yeah, it's been working pretty solid as they say hello to each other. But I will say, who's up here for the first time really all day? As the Lucky Dog drives in a row, Nathan Labrador, is the 09, Christian Abadi. He's in the top 5 for the first time.
Yeah, he's made his appearance here in the top 5 here really late in the race. But that's kind of what I expected about some of these guys as Colin Grace connection dropped again.
Abadi was one of the guys that started actually inside the top 5 and decided, I'm just going to go kind of, middle pack in the back and chillax, I'm not gonna rush it, no need. And he was stuck to the inside for the first handful of laps, never really got in a position where he could go for the lead, and just kind of fell back and fell back and fell back and fell back. Has been quietly running back there with his Red Mist podcast teammates and friends, and decided why not, we're inside 55, 54 laps to go, so why not go to the front?
Who's going this time? Top. You have chosen top. Carl Burke.
Goes to the middle?
That's not choice.
That's not
I think
choice.
it has to be outside. It has to be.
We're actually starting 3 wide like the Indy 500.
No. I'm pretty sure that will lead to a caution by turn 2.
ARCA did that in 2022. We had a 3 wide restart because someone couldn't figure out where they were going to be, and we restarted 3 wide, and I was right behind it. I'm like, man, we're going Indy 500 style. It was a great moment on Twitter of people clowning on ARCA.
I'll be honest. Usually 3 wide starts, when they're not official 3 wide starts, are not fun. At least to me. What was the results of that 3 wide start, out of curiosity?
They determined that someone didn't actually give the spot back because someone was supposed to be on the outside. I believe it was Nick Sanchez started 3 wide with Christian Rose or something like that. And they determined that someone didn't actually let Nick Sanchez in, so nobody was penalized. And that's why Twitter had like a field day, the fact that we restarted 3 wide and nothing official as far as officiating came out of it.
I was going to say, I almost thought you were going to mean someone was contesting the spot all the way to the green, because we've seen that before.
Well, that's basically what it was. Someone thought they should have been in front of somebody else, and they demanded that spot, and we went back to the green flag racing with them 3 wide and that guy contesting that spot. And ARCA let them figure it out in the green.
So getting prepared and ready to go, you were going to say, Mr. Throttle?
I was going to say, if there's any point to figure out where you should be on the racetrack, it's under the green flag, because you guys would be racing for position anyway.
Pace car coming off this time. We're already bump drafting before the restart. We're off to a great start this restart, coming to 52 laps to go. It's been an interesting one so far in Daytona. We're back on our way, the top line off and away. Well, one car's off and away, everyone else is normal speed.
Again, that inside lane just unable to get going, but now this might be the one restart where they could have a chance. But unfortunately, it's the powerhouse duo of Seven Hawthorne and the 43 of Christian Leonard on that top side lane getting together. But now that inside lane makes a charge for the lead. But once these two get up to the front here on that top side lane, Christian Leonard and Seven Hawthorne could pull away. A couple people dropping back in the pack there near the 11th and 15th spot. But now we have problems. That outside lane isn't going.
And it's losing a lot of ground, even with the numbers. They are not pushing. They're struggling to push. And several are starting to dish, the 53 in particular. You know who's up to second, though? For the first time all race, we haven't mentioned the name since the grid. Kane Vandemark. He's up front. He mentioned before today in his bio, I want to go fast. If you're not first, you're last. The Ricky Bobby statement. Now the Vandemark Rods machine is pushing as hard as he can with his 4 car and trying to keep that momentum going from 31st starting spot.
In his book right now, he's still last. He wants to lead in this race. And I'm going to tell Christian, their leader, actually has used his fast repair. Now, lap 106 record, Robbie Lyons, right? That's finish on through trial. So, he's playing a dangerous game being up front. But if you're going to lead, you might as well lead this late into the race. Still 50 laps to go, though. But Kane Vandemark making some magic happen, using that front bumper to push Christian. And look at the gap they have for the first time almost all night. The outside hasn't been dominant, which actually has a 3 or 4 gap, I guess, deficit over the inside line. And they're still falling back. They can't get together at all.
Well, Brayton, you mentioned that, sorry to cut you off, JP, but, you mentioned how you've still got 50 laps left. 50 laps at this point is almost seen as kind of a sprint because you've done 150 laps up to this point. So when you stare down at 50 laps, it doesn't seem like that much. And in the mind, some of these guys might start getting really aggressive here late.
So here's a look from Jake Ennis. He's amongst those now up to the front. As the sunset starts to form over the racetrack, look who's in front of him. Joe Warmter, who we've seen in 2 incidents already today in that 13 car. He's fixed all the damage. He had to use a faster pair earlier, mind you. Now he's in the conversation in the 13 car. How about that? And there's a trouble behind.
Trouble, no! Trouble there from about 5th to 6th on back, and there's another big one.
We got one spinning, tumbling, almost flipping through the grass. It's over. Holy cows are hit late after the caution. This just ruined a lot of drivers' races.
It's a bump out of turn 2 that has this spark this time. Caution flag is out. Kenny Real wants those turn around. Many more stack in, at least 15 cars. It's the big one with under 50 laps to go. The TKC Daytona 500.
Seven Hawthorne and Christian Lindville also with heavy damage. Those two have been up front almost the entire second half of this race. And now looking at using a faster pair, they haven't already.
And it quickly blew apart and fast. This collecting the whole mid-pack.
I mean, that spawned really quick, and that was all from sort of the next-gen physics on iRacing, where if you get bumped from behind into someone in front, which bumps you back behind to the guy behind you, which bumps you again, it all happens extremely fast. And that makes the car really unsettled. And that's what we saw out of the 11 of Kenny Real. You saw him get pushed by the 18 going off of turn 2, caught him right back up to the guy in front of him, and bobbled back and forth, riding on board the 04. As he'll go through, gets a quick door, will slide again, go through the grass and the bus stop, he'll spin around, and he'll go back across the track in front of Brandon Devine, and what could have been a Devine save and a Devine avoidance doesn't quite go the direction.
Yeah, then the rest of the field trying to drive on by quickly. Luckily, no one else jumped in, although it was close with the 9 car. And in turn, most of the field pitting this time. And this makes it a fuel mileage race, possibly. Only our contact coming to pit road. But this is going to be tight for the fuel mileage. This could be a save race the rest of the way, unless we get another caution.
I don't think we're quite there yet. It's going to be really close from here, but we might see guys start slow down their paces, try to save an extra lap here and there, but I think it's going to be inches as far as fuel in the tank. I don't think we're going to be quite there. We're all going to have to save a lot as we kill your entire pace and maybe the race, but I think we're going to need one more caution to help everybody out from here on out.
Well,
there's a lot of chatter in terms of the rulings, but also keep in mind, you mentioned a bad push can be the major spark if you don't do it right. In the words of Kenny Real, he even said on the radio, I believe, at the time of the incident, if you don't know how to push, don't push. It was pushing the pusher. It's worth noting in the back of the 3 of Zachary Ward. The 11 was trying to push Ward. The push came in from the 18. Let's take a look at it one more time. This is where that push starts to set up on the outside. This is something you do in the next-gen car, but it has to be in the right spot.
Yeah, and that's where we kind of saw some issues. JP, I know you'll see it during the Podium 500 and the FTF 500 and the Soup Days leading up to it, where the next gen would, in the replay and in the live view, would be in 2 different spots. But I think that's just a case of mismanaged pushing, as if you're pushing and as a full connected bumper with the guy in front of you and the guy in front of you, it's possible to do it, as we saw it earlier this race. But if you're bumping, that causes the rear end of the next gen to get really unsettled. And so that is where a lot of that problem comes in, from not pushing, but more bumping.
Up in the lead, though, this is a play. This is a bold one. It's the 8 car. Matt Haas, we haven't talked about him this entire day. He's been in the back this entire day. I don't even know if he's been involved in a pass in the endurance karting car. And he's staying out, hoping for another caution to be in the conversation for the win.
He's still looking for his first TKC sanctioned oval win, or at least in the NASCAR car. It was a regular season champ, though. Very consistent, just didn't quite able to pick up that checkered flag. And he's been looking all season, and he's been very close. So Matt Haas will put himself in a perfect position, though, tonight, try and steal himself one.
And I know he puts a lot of work in terms of the races. He does a lot of work when it comes to that oval series. But in theory, he's played this extremely smart. The big one happens and he says, you know what? It's time for me to show my new move, being the leader.
And if he's saved his fast repair and hasn't been in any incident, which I don't think he has, this could be a gifted opportunity not only to have great track position at the most crucial time in the race to have it, but if they get another yellow, they're all going to come down pit road because why would you not? It's a free pit stop to make sure that you're good on fuel. And he's clutching right now, as would everybody else, to save the amount of fuel going to the end. I think you're right, JP. If this goes green, this is all down to fuel mileage.
The estimate, by the way, for everyone who came down is about 1 gallon to the short.
Ooh.
So in our words,
it's about 2.5 laps.
Yeah, that's still a lot. You have to save. Matt Haas, he is short by a large margin. Another 13 laps on his run so far. He needs a caution to be able to keep the track position. Coming up to the green flag. 45 to go. Green, green, green. A great launch on the inside. Good coordination with the 4. And they've got stuff sorted out on the inside.
One of the only restarts where the inside lane has had a better jump than the outside. The 09 didn't get going as well as he wanted to. And now this inside lane is going to try and work their magic as they go up to the top. It's the number 4, the number 3, and he gets split middle as he tries to block. And he is stuck in the sucker hole in the middle. And the 44 doors to floor trouble as they're going to get collected again.
Caution flag is out. Hard contact for Leonard. Robbie Lyons is in the heart of it. He's out of it.
I think that just in the last track that in a lot of these guys' race, I think that one just did. And Matt Haas, I think, just played his cards beautifully. Because I'm going to say everyone's probably going to come down top off this time by make sure they're good. It's still going to be tight. But I think Matt Haas just went from basically running outside the top 25. Last car, one of the last cars on the lead lap, to he should be inside the top 5 now, assuming everyone pits.
And Lyons amongst those not able to get a meatball flag there. Pierce, Krohn, Vandermark, and more getting meatball flags. Here's a look from the 72.
Riding on board here, and it's a great view from Indy Casey to try and take a look at what happened. It was just a mismanaged block about middle back, and you can see all the smoke. He goes down as low as possible. There goes the 48. He clips the 7, but honestly, he did a good job. He did have a little bit of nose clipping, but you know, it's not a junked race car, and it looks fine to me.
Yeah, shockingly, not really any there is no damage. But let's take a look at this again. What was the spark? You mentioned the bad block. Robbie Lyons was right in the heart of it.
And, you know, yet again, you know, at this stage in the race, you really want to try and turn up the aggression level. And when people turn up the aggression level, mistakes start seeping through the cracks of what was almost perfection. We had a lot of green flag runs earlier, and now it's leading down to this.
Kenny Real also involved in that one, having those damage possibly for him. Nothing too crazy. Should be able to still continue, but just got done using his fast repair. I don't think that's the thing he wants to do is come down and get more damage.
So 10 drivers stayed out this caution, including Matt Haas. Everybody else coming in for the top off. And for many others, for the repairs. The 42 amongst those expected to have at least a good minute plus of repairs. At the very least, if there is one track you want time to get repairs done, this and Talladega are really your only best bets to fix damage under caution because the pace laps. If you're at Bristol, good luck. Drivers looking for some luck coming up to 42 laps to go. You're watching the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Daytona for more coverage of the TKC 500 here from Daytona. Tonight's coverage brought to you in part by Maconi Setup Shop and Maconi Entertainment, the home for setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, event promotion, and more. The iRacing service. Subscriptions available as low as $8 a month. Maconi Setup Shop, the official setup shop of NASCAR and official series sponsor of the NASCAR C-Fix Series. The strategy roulette continues. A good number of drivers coming down to top off to make sure they can make it. Several others taking the gamble and keeping track position. Now we have an extra pace lap as drivers try and figure out where they are lined up here. But the drivers who stayed out here include Zachary Ward, Pierre Thompson, Mike Vanno, Matt Haas, Tate Crawthorne, Steve Tucker, Christian Abadi, and Jake Ennis, along with Nathan Lavender and Joe Wormter. Everybody else topped off and got some gas. And now, it's going to be tight. But the projections show this could be the race, if there's no green-white-checkers at least, to decide how this plays out here. Alex, this could be nerve-wracking once we get back green, about 40 to go when the green flag flies.
Well, this is already nerve-wracking because you don't know who's going to make it on fuel. We're down to a fuel mileage race still. You know, these guys going full throttle most of the time, especially if you're pushing somebody. That fuel gauge might lie to you because you're full throttle for so long. It's giving an estimate as if when you would lift. So the fuel gauge could be lying to a couple of people throughout this race, especially the leader, because that is going to start dropping tremendously. So the person who was the most unsafe out of anybody is the front row.
Want to go signal on the racetrack. So with that being said, damage control is about to be extremely critical here. A lot of drivers had to spend time getting repairs done. As many as some of them taking 1 minute and 23 seconds to get those front clips fixed, or at least as much of the damage fixed as possible here. This is going to be a concern for some.
A Steven Crone driver that's talk about perseverance, 18 laps down, has been involved in multiple incidents that would have been a wreck or at least race ending for quite a few of these guys. I mean, just right hooked in the wall, T-boning other drivers and everything else in between. So far, only 2 DNFs though to the damage. Daryl Young, who we saw blow his motor early on, and then Carl Burke in the 53, who was in that Cyan car that got wrecked in that lap 152 incident, I do believe. So only 2 DNFs though, out of 38 cars currently.
40 laps to go when the green flag flies. Most of the field, at the very least in the green zone to make it. Everyone except for the 8 car, who is still yet to pit for a final time.
I believe.
We'll see. Pierre Thompson. No one behind, no one else ready. The green flag's out, back underway, and that was close for Thompson. He was starting to come down at the middle by the start and finish.
And you know, now we can see here through these guys at the front, they have absolutely broken away. That bottom lane is trying to get reformed again, but that top lane stacks up, giving that run to the bottom, and these two up front might be in trouble.
Oh, it's 3 wide, heart of the pack, up the middle goes the 24. Major's
getting off the post at the 17. He doors him up the track, and they're still dooring each other.
Mike Vanno does not want to let him go. There's a little bit of paint exchange back, and now Vanno trips down into him.
Oh, what a save. Oh, and it almost into the pit lane goes, I believe, that's Joe Winter in the 13.
No caution. We stay green.
Somebody call forward because they're making a Mustang and a lawnmower. Joe Winter through the grass. Keeps it straight for the most part. I mean, he was looking at almost hitting the pit wall and everything else in between. Somehow, some way, Kyle Manger makes it through and Mike Vanno makes it through. Not the first time they've been 3 wide tonight. I mean, they were putting the pressure on each other. See them stack up on board. They were not on board, but following something. See them get together. And there goes Manger down just across the nose and through the grass. How about a 900 horsepower lawnmower?
Well, when you don't have the tapered spacer on it, it's more so about what, 590, 510-ish on the super speedways?
That sounds about right.
Well, they've lost the pack, by the way, from that. No surprise there. The heart of the pack, most of it's on the bottom, but the top line wants to go places. Manger's leading it, De Silva's the caboose.
After all that, Kyle Manger leading the outside, goes from 3 wide, putting guys in the grass to going for the lead. Now, he's got Matt Haas in front of him to give him a push, and look at Pierre Thompson throwing the black. Matt Haas up to second, still has to pit. Just hoping for a caution though soon.
I mean, a lot of these guys at the front here, I've been really surprised of how much they've turned on that aggression. You know, we're getting to the last few laps of this race, and there's about to be no give and take at all. And no give and take is what you usually see with 5 laps to go. Keep in mind, we're almost at 35 laps to go.
More checkups on the top side for the time being. Pierre Thompson getting some pushes. A couple teammates working together yet again. And we were talking about the new body styles a little bit earlier on. That Toyota Camry has that smoother front end. The Chevy, really the only one that didn't get major changes. We've already seen the Fords shuffle a fair bit. Now you have 2 Toyotas leading the field.
Matt Haas in the 8 Endurance Karting machine, looking for his first sanctioned TKC Series oval win. Leading the inside, Pierre Thompson to his outside, but Zachary Ward, driver we've talked about only a little bit tonight in that 3 machine, all black. I'm sure they're doing it for Dale, but pushing Matt Haas, working the inside line right on that yeller, trying to make some magic happen for the kind of, not honestly the first time, but late in this race, the inside has really come alive.
Yeah, that inside lane really has found their mojo once again. We saw them try and pick up the pace about 30, 40 laps ago. Kind of worked, and then the top side lane started coming back, and here is the resurgence of that inside lane. Now they have help for about 5 cars, 6 cars, 7 cars back, but the 44 and the 24 of Kyle Manger is almost unbeatable on that top side lane. The 44 of Pierre Thompson leads another lap of the line.
Good roll towards the bottom of this racetrack at this point. Now the shuffle continues, 35 laps to go. Matt Haas leads the bottom once again. And right now, it's the calm before the storm. Really, the calm before the storm hasn't been too much of a thing, shockingly, tonight. This is the calmest they've been in a while.
But talk about being in the eye, sorry Alex, but talk about being in the eye of the hurricane. you're in it, and you got only a couple seconds to prepare. I mean, one bad bump in the front of the field here. These guys are trying to go. Their starting spots for the top three, you see right there, Matt Haas up 31, started 33rd. Zachary Ward behind him started 7th. And Tate Hawthorne started almost shotgun on the field. Second on that starter, up 34 spots. Started 37th.
You know what, Braden? I don't accept your apology, but here's why, because you explained it much better than I could. So no need to feel sorry, as we're going to get ready to go, I believe, almost 3 wide as they're trying to make some moves here for not the lead, but they're trying to get out there. That topside lane had faltered again at what was one of the most dominant lanes we've seen. Now faltering again. Kyle Manger still yet again pushing that 44. Trying to get something done, but that inside lane, we've seen that resurgence now over the past 15 laps. They've been able to get it done, and now, guess who is still leading? Matt Haas is still leading and looks for another caution to save more fuel, because if he does get a couple more cautions, I think he might be able to go all the way.
It's going to be an interesting one if that works, but oh, a little bit of a choppy. Some side drafting closing up on that top from the bottom. That has to be something careful you do here at this point. Keep in mind as well when it comes to this one. In terms of what we've seen in terms of the shuffle, in terms of the partners, in terms of what we've seen in terms of the drafting plays, there is one constant that I've noticed during the week now. The hotter the track, the more that top line seems to work. It is the coldest the track's been. It almost feels like that might be the correlation here for the flip of the switch for the bottom being stronger.
Well, also being able to work the outside. We got Kyle Manger and Pierre Thompson. These two not necessarily have been working together all night. I mean, they've been around each other, but haven't really been in a position where they have to push and go like Kevin Hawthorne and Christian Leonard. Like Steve Tucker and Daryl, like everyone else has, had friends. So, I mean, these guys I don't think are really being as aggressive as, Daryl Young and those guys I were talking about. Matt Haas, on the other hand, has Zachary Ward pushing the absolute, I don't want to say most of his back bumper, but he's about to knock the whole thing off. I mean, the amount of pushing he's given.
Oh, trouble! The 51 goes around. And again, we have another wreck, and it's Nick Olson who goes around with Brandon Devine. One car, he's back on the track, and the yellow is out again.
That was a weird one, because I think something technical just went wrong for one of those cars, and, well, Nick Olson got a lot of the worst of it. In fact, there's nothing worse than getting contact from inside your car. Let's look at this.
That's not something you hear of every day, of getting contact from inside the car, unless there's someone in the car with you.
There's a little blip.
There's a little blip there, and oh.
Well. How about right from the inside of the cockpit, why don't you?
So I'm getting here from driver's chat that the 67 of Alex Anderson was couldn't see it because the 51 was blinking. A couple other cars saw it but did not report it on track, and the 51 has just replied by saying, if you couldn't see me, you couldn't see me. It's as fair a point as that. It just happens.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that 2 + 2 is 4?
Yeah.
Brayton, are we brushing up on the old math books?
3 in, 3 out?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Speaking of 3 in, 3 out, I think they should be able to go from here. I mean, I'd want to come down top off if we go in green-white-checkered territory. They're good to go. Like Justin talked about, before that last green flag. They were good. It was tight, but they should have been good. Matt Haas are definitely coming down. But see if we have any takers.
Oh, we've had someone get rammed under caution. Alex Anderson just rammed the 7 car, trekking up for the field.
Oh, dear.
No damage, but they're trying to. As a couple drivers take waves, and everybody, for the most part, is in. Here's someone still staying out. Crawford, Vandermark, De Silva, Casey, Cotton, Anderson, Pierce Grown, Kelsey, all staying out. Everybody else has topped off.
Well, that's a shakeup. The rear, you mentioned how when Anderson had contact with the 7 under yellow, or the 7 under yellow, I don't think he has any front right damage. However, I do see a bit of rear end damage. You can see there that just about where the license plate would be, it is bowed in.
And we'll see if that is going to be a concern here. There's a look at him.
Been involved in quite a few accidents tonight.
So, knock knock.
2 + 2 is 4?
What?
Who's there, Justin? Enlighten me.
Race car.
Race car who?
Race car going to race car?
Oh, man.
That's a real knee slapper right there, JP.
Oh, man.
I'm trying, okay?
Well, Bryden, I got a bit of a throwback of a joke for you. A bit of a throwback of a joke for you.
What, my name?
Well, no, you're the pizza guy, all right. That's no mistake. But, you're on the topic of math. You know what's funnier than 24?
Yeah?
25.
Somebody get the tomatoes out because we're burning it.
Oh, man. Okay.
Well,
I don't think we should be part-time comedians.
I mean...
What does a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common?
Uh-oh.
What?
They're both parasites.
Boo.
Boo. Get off the stage.
Well, guys, it's been good. It's been great. I was able to survive 173 laps, but my contract has been terminated.
Oh, man.
So, I'm not sure if I should reveal the fourth wall or not. I think it's funny without the fourth wall. So
I think it is too.
Yeah, so let's talk race cars.
Race car going to race car?
We're about to see race cars definitely going to race car here. How do you do the race car things here?
If I am a driver sitting here with we're going to be going green here with just about 25, 26 laps to go. My math is right. Then again, it's going to be all night. I heard that was class 1 soon, but it's not right. But about 27 laps to go here. It's go time. You just asked me earlier, Justin, when is my spotter come on saying, hey, I need 7 spots in 2 corners. I need this many. I need to make up every run you can. We're at that time. It's go time. You don't know. We can have 4 cautions in the next 27 laps, and that could be, only 3 or 4 green flag laps the way it spreads out. So every single lap, every single turn, if you get a run, you can't just let it die. I'm sure the intensity, the jaw jacking is about to go through the roof.
27 laps to go when the green flag flies. It's Crawthorne, it's Vandermark on the front row. Then fall behind is Casey and De Silva, Kelsey and Cotton, Ward and Anderson, Manger and Pierce Crone, your top 10. Of those, majority up double digits. Green, 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 back underway, and yet again, the control car is the only one who knows the green's out.
Well, how many times is this going to happen here tonight, JP, where the man who initiates the restart is the man who gets the most insane restart? But that's not necessarily a good thing, because if these people behind him try and want to get that position, we could see that, and yes, we do. The 72, and then he has the cautions out again.
More
it's a big wreck. Oh, man.
Robbie Lyons goes into the spin cycle in the heart of that again. And, well,
Nick Olson also involved.
I think
heavy hitters.
I think Nick Olson wanted to go places. The problem is the place he went was not where he wanted. A lot of spins and a couple of front clips, including a meatball flag for Olson.
Robbie Lyons might not be that bad. Then again, he was already pretty rough off. We're putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound here, but he's got a lot of time. We've seen him up front, make his way from the back to the front most of the night. I won't be surprised if he's able to get back inside the top 10. A couple laps to go, but we're right on board here with Robbie Lyons, like we talked about, Xfinity truck and ARCA driver. 5 in real life starts here at Daytona across his NASCAR career. 7 Hawthorne in front of him. It's kind of blindsides him. Talk about how quickly it can happen going into turn 1. I mean, he notices the car to his inside. It's kind of mind his own business inside, starts to get a run, and then all of a sudden Nick Olson's going to get turned to his inside, and then you're going to see him right here to go around with no warning. Boom.
And yep, the teammate. Keep in mind, Olson was coming up the middle.
What a wreck.
Friendly fire from teammates on the spin.
Ooh.
And at the very least, Lyons is still at least going to be able to finish with some of the damage repair here, but not so much for the 51 with the fast repair used before. No surprise, no one else is coming in with the pit road open here.
And I want to make it apparent that we have had, I think, the most lead shuffles within this set of 60 laps than we had in the entire first 100 laps of this race.
I mean, the intensity levels, the Jimmy jacking, I mean, just unprecedented levels of it this past couple, dude, I don't want to say runs, but the cautions. I mean, we went how many laps? Like 60 or something caution, or laps without caution. And now, I mean, we're just going through them like they're free candy on Halloween.
Yeah, and Hawthorne is amongst the Crawthorne, I should say, is amongst those reaping the benefits of all this. It's going to be interesting if the 88's able to hold on the rest of the way with Casey now to second. He started 37th, by the way. He's led a couple times, and this now is his best opportunity of the night. Now, the funny thing, you mentioned the term Jimmy Jack, and for anyone wondering where that came from, first of all, thank you, David Shieldhouse, for the one who quoted that one time on a check-up effect during a C opener race a while ago. That's where that term comes from. In all actuality, did you know that that used to be what they used to call 3-1 home runs in the 1900s?
Really?
Seriously.
Wow.
1906, apparently.
I don't know what that means, but love that for them or hate it for him.
Well, there's one person that could probably tell you that fact. It's David Kreutz. Knows everything inside and out baseball. I have a conversation with that man. Let me tell you, you could walk into that conversation not knowing a single thing about baseball, and you'll leave knowing the entire starting roster of the 62 New York Mets.
Did you guys know that I only know 25 letters of the alphabet? I don't know why.
There's no way there's that. No, there's no 20. What are you talking about?
What? Wait. How many times are we going to circle back to your math here? What?
I only know 25 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why.
There's... Oh, boo. Wow. You know what the Y is. Do you know what the how is?
Yes. How do we go from 37th to first here? I think Tate Cawthorn's going to tell us how.
Well, that's a strategy.
We're coming to green, and no, we don't have the 88 at Crowther to one side. But for now, at this mark, how do you time up these restarts? Get this cleaned up.
Well, I think if the 88 wants to actually lead this race and not just the restart, I think he might have to gauge the reaction of the field. And that's going to be his key to not jumping out so far ahead.
Who's the big player in terms of what we expect? Let me ask you this to gauge the interest. Who do you think is going to get the win here at this point? Brayden, you first.
My money is still on 7 Hawthorne. I'm not changing my pick. I've been consistent with that. And he's back inside the 20, outside the top 20, 21st right now. But we've seen him up front multiple times. Gone from back to the front, back to the front. So I think 7 Hawthorne outside the 20. If spot currently 21st, is going to go from 21st to 1st in just about 22 laps.
Let's find out how this is going to go. We have received word calling Grace officially out of the race due to the technical issues. Green, 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 back it away. Good launch for the 88 car and no help for the 4. Bottom line yet again gets gathered much quicker.
And one thing is I think he finally did what he was supposed to do. He kind of gauged the restart. And so now instead of being swallowed up by the whole field, he gets to maintain his lead in the inside lane. Has that help from behind, and that'll get him there forward as there's dicing around in the back and middle of the pack. As we had some crazy racing riding on board with Zachary Ward. And people are shuffling around all throughout sorts back here. And I'll tell you, the aggression has certainly increased since the last time we were green.
You know who's in the lead, though? It's TKC. What a name. What a driver. One of the youngsters who's been to victory lane at Daytona before. He's now the Pied Piper. 23 laps to go. Can the youngster do it?
You got Kane Vondermark right behind him, pushing it, making that high side work for the first time this late in the race. Here comes Tate Cawthorn, though, on the bottom. He's got help from Tristan Cotton. So look at the slingshot move. High roller here to the lead for now. Tate Cawthorn side by side with TKC. The bumps, the aggression, everything is to the max right now as we're nearing 20 laps to go.
That bottom line again, starting to build that momentum once more. Tristan Cotton trying to get himself established. He's had some troubles under cautions and some troubles in the heart of the pack. Doesn't matter. He's now at the head of the pack. And amongst those hoping to have enough gas. Not enough of momentum on the top, though. Here comes the move for Vandermark.
And it just was, you could not, if you're TKC, you just can't block that. That speed differential is something that could get you turned. It could get the field wrecked. That is absolutely something you do not want to do, especially when it comes down to crunch time as we're coming to 20 laps to go.
20 to go at the stripe. Blocking continuing. Here comes the
inside,
move for the
TKC tries to make a move, and he's going to go up and over across the wall, and that is the biggest wreck we've had this evening. TKC goes above the safer barrier and kisses the catch fence.
Here's Crone trying to block the run top side. Not the right move. And that at least collecting 15, 20 cars at minimum.
The TKC story is over. Going in tow to the pits.
Well,
that just took out a ton of contenders. Crone, De Silva, Casey, Crawthorn, Gage, Kowser, all with meatball flags, and many more. That's a good portion of your field. Here's a look. Again, the 72's got a head of steam with the 04 already full onto the bumper. They're 3-car bumping. This is how you build momentum after all. And then the block. Bye-bye field.
Yeah, and it's just, again, you want to get aggressive, you want to make some big moves, big money moves late, and that's just what happens. Untimed move, tried to be aggressive, wasn't able to.
Risky investments.
And for many, the investment does not pay off. If anything, investment goes bust. Here's Casey.
And this is a great onboard shot. He tries to go down low. You could see him cut back right down in front of him, and there is a shot. Oh, man.
One of the hardest hits, not only all night, but probably we've seen on Maconi Entertainment.
He was on top of a car, in fact, I think, for a good portion of that.
It was De Silva, David De Silva, he was on top of.
A long-time contender. He and his team has tried all night to become the winners here. Most of them are now in bad spots with significant damage.
Well, so coming off of that absolutely terrible wreck that we had, that is unfortunate, but we have a couple of mix-ups now, as I believe in the lead right now is Kane Vandermark, then it's Tristan Cotton and Alex Anderson. So we've seen a mix-up.
Why don't we talk with your leader, in fact? Because I believe we have Kane Vandermark here. Kane, do you have a copy?
How you doing, man?
Well, how are you doing? You're the leader.
I'm doing all right. Wish I would have saved my fast repair a little bit longer, but we're up here now, so.
Talk us through what's been a crazy past 50-plus laps.
Yeah, man. You know, just trying to stay clean, and then got lucky enough that people are picking the same lane. So I keep getting lucky on these restarts to be outside of the leader. And that time it went green long enough to where the top got a run, and I was able to clear down.
In turn, how much have you had to adjust the game plan coming in? Because it seems like, for many, the game plan that started off the first half of the race is kind of out the window.
Well, the game plan was to ride around in the back to lap 150, and it sort of stayed that way. And then once we started going, I got caught up in a wreck like right away. And then it made me a little bit nervous to get going, but then I got up there to second place on the restart, and I just had to go.
So in turn, as I believe we can take a look at your helmet here. I'm being told it is Dale.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
So, in turn, as you control the restart here on the bottom, what's it going to take for you to get the win? 17 to go when the green flies. What's it going to take to win?
Going fast and then hopefully getting that number 3 car behind me, man. If I get that 3 car with me, I got a good shot.
And to confirm, that is a teammate, correct?
Yes, that is my teammate.
That's Kane Vandermark. He's in control for the restart. His teammate, Zachary Ward, is in 4th for the upcoming green. Keep in mind, Ward has chosen the top, interestingly enough. The Ford chose the bottom. Look at the temperature. It's down to 73 degrees. It's about sunset here at Daytona.
Tempers are flaring. Most of the fans at home can't listen to it, thankfully, or else we'd be off the air. But radio and in text, we talked about being able to keep calm, keep a good mental state. These guys have been racing for 3 hours, over 3 hours almost.
I know you can't count higher than 3, but it's 4.
3. Is it 4?
Oh, not again.
So the brain that's about, so it's not on a good rail tonight. But I mean, these guys have been going at it, and at this point, it's mentally draining. I mean, it's not like a road course where, you know, every lap's kind of different. You have time to calm yourself. But I mean, you're seeing the same trees, the same corners, the same cars, the same guys, lap after lap.
So, Braden, let me ask you this. Do you think the math would be easier if you thought of it as per pepperoni on a slice of pizza?
No, it's 3 hours. I just did the math.
So, we're about to get set to get back underway.
Okay, see how I did.
Vandermark in control in the 4 car. 1 pepperoni, 2 pepperoni, 3 pepperonis to the gas. And that's a lane change before the start and finish line. That could be borderline, and then some for Anderson.
Oh, no, that is exactly what you don't want to see. And having something happening that late especially, that's not going to go good there. But, you know, I don't want to start any ruckus here, but if they didn't call out Mr. 42 on driving through a total combined 14 pit stalls on exit both times, I don't think they would take him out on that. But here comes that top lane with Kyle Manger and the 24 lined up with the 3 of Zachary Ward. That top lane was working really strong here before a couple cautions ago. Has fallen back ever since Alex Anderson got on the bottom. Has been pushing the 4 of Kane Vandermark. And now that top side lane looks to be growing again.
I think if I just heard this right, Chris Wetz has just told Alex Anderson about the lane change. They're also 4 wide of the back. now near crashing in the back of the main pack. The 1 and the 3 getting really artsy on top.
Time is running out for everyone. Zachary Ward lost a ton of time through that shuffle, trying to work together with Steve Tucker, make up some momentum, make up some room, make some magic happen. But Kane Vandermark still out front. Pack's not that tied up, not really a whole lot of shuffling going on, but plenty of room to get a run and take it if you get one.
Well, I'm a little shocked here because this outside lane has been absolutely chugging through as more people from the inside lane decide, well, it's time to bail. They go up to the top to try and get that run, and it's the 35 of Jake Innes, the man we saw a couple times earlier this night. He leads that outside lane with help behind from, I believe, one of his podcast teammates.
Yeah, the friends are working together. This is their time to shine with 15 to go from Daytona. Jake Ennis leads the line. Lavender, the pusher. Christian Abadi, the third car, trying to keep those two pushing together. Can they get the momentum fast enough? They are coming in quickly. It's the best the top's been lined up in a while.
Last time the TKC series was here in the NASCAR series, Jake Ennis led in the most laps. Hasn't really been up front all night. Started way in the back in 36, but to the lead, number 35, Jake Ennis. He's got help from his TKC teammates behind him in the Red Mist podcast. I mean, they're basically stacked up. Nathan Lavender, Christian Abate, all here ready to go. And they got a 3-car tandem pulling way far away. And now here comes the 11 and the 1 car to the outside.
Kenny Rio is now the leader of the top line with that 3 wide of the heart of the pack as well. Lots of drivers trying to sort themselves out. Abadi has a lot of front nose damage though, and he's losing ground. He is in trouble from those pushes. Was that from one of the pushes? No, that's from some of the contact earlier. That puts him up for grabs for everyone else.
Kenny Real working real strong outside lane with Steve Tucker, trying to restart that outside lane again after a momentous surge of energy carried the 35.5 and 09 out to the lead of the inside lane. And here goes the 5 of Nathan Lavender as he goes to the top with Kenny Real, gets shoved by the 1, and there's trouble with the 67. They are 5 wide going down the back through the grass. And they save it. The 4 does not.
No!
Gonna come back across the track, clips the 88, and the caution's out again.
Lavender wants to shuffle, and Vandermark swerved up the track. That collects the 88, and another caution.
Robbie Lyons does an excellent job navigating around the outside up by the wall. Saw the trouble in front of him. Robbie Lyons, we thought he was out of this one. Inside the top 10, as we're going to be going green here. Just under 10 laps to go and get done with this.
It's money time, and you have to make big moves. Big stack up. And this looked to be okay until right here.
Well, I mean, he was so close. No, he didn't come over the track on purpose. It was just an overcorrect, tried and put too much wheel in it. But he was close to saving that race car a couple times.
And in turn, few car incident. So in turn, with 12 to go, we pace. The 5 of Lavender is up front. And what a recovery from Nathan. He was amongst those way far back a while ago after some of the incidents. What an even bigger one for Kenny Real. Real is in second. And here's the big thing when it comes to Kenny. He's basically been in just about every single one of the big super speedway races. When it came to the race by IDK player, was involved in the big one with under 40 laps to go there. When it came to the Podium 500, involved in the big one with under 20 laps to go there. And now, even though he was involved in the big one with under 50 laps to go tonight, because the faster pair, he has a chance to do something from second.
I don't want to couch you out here, JP, but lately the broadcaster's curse has struck its way through some of these drivers, and it's not gone well. I do hope for the best for Kenny Real, but he has a momentous task if he wants to make sure that he is in prime position to win this race.
I mean, the commentator's curse remains undefeated, right?
Yep.
I think I'm like 5 for 5 in the TKC series, so I'm just not gonna say it. Matt Haas. Oh wait, Matt Haas is still out there. Daryl Young is my pick to win this one. 49 laps down. Daryl Young.
He's 49 laps down, by the way. Watching from the pit box.
So I can't curse him, right? Like.
No.
I mean,
you can't curse him if he can't finish.
That's why Alex gets it. I'm the pizza man.
So.
That was not me, by the way, for anyone listening at home.
I don't know if anyone even just heard that.
You did.
Apparently, I still don't know the context of that, Breeden.
I just said it wasn't me, man.
Explain the context on how that came to be.
Well, you know, in ARCA, there's multiple pizza men in NASCAR, and that one was one of the other pizza guys, I promise.
What other? Your
Twitter
Twitter is literally the one pizza man.
Well, I'm declaring that I'm the one, like I'm number one, and not. Well, there are multiple actual.
You're the number 95.
Well, ka-chow. I just want to say, Frankie Muniz, you know, when he was in the movie called The Pizza Man, Andy J delivers pizza. They call him the Pizza Man, and I'm the Pizza Man. See, it's not me.
Sure.
We might have to start a new career path for you, pizza historian.
I don't know about that one. But Nathan Lavender is trying to set a new career path for him, and he's trying to win the big one.
Under 10 laps to go. Just a couple weeks ago, he made his debut in the Virtual Series. When it comes to TKC, he's been a champion in go-kart racing, the rear world equivalent. Can this be the night he breaks in and breaks through? Or will this be a chance for someone like Kenny Real? He called his shot right from the get-go. He said he's here to win. Can he make sure that his goal is complete?
Nathan Lavender has won at this track in a major event on iRacing. He won the 24 hours of iRacing, or of not of iRacing, of Daytona back in 2015. The sixth split. You want to know his teammate for that? Christian Ababate, right behind him. We're not right behind him, but a couple rows behind him.
He's got all the teammates lined up and turn on that bottom line. That might be the biggest advantage out of anybody. Everybody else doesn't really have a friend lined up.
Yeah, they have that help on the bottom side lane, and if they all get a good restart, man, I think they can all go straight for the lead. But it's going to be tough. We've seen before that Steve Tucker, and he was working great with the 71, and now he's right behind Kenny Real, who we know can be good and up front at these plate tracks. But will it come down in the end? Well, we're going to have about 9 or so to 10 laps to figure it out.
Just about ready to go. Lavender, Real, Tucker, Ennis, Ward, Abate, Lyons, Olsen, Penn, Vano. Your top 10 on scoring. Pace car is off. 9 laps to go. Under 25 miles to get the job done. The green flag's out. The bumping is on. The bottom line has a better grouping to start.
You could just see in those guys, those teammates wanted to help each other there. And Kenny wants to side draft that bottom lane so much to try and slow down their run. But he has to use his teammate behind him, has to have faith and trust that he can push him ahead of these guys who he's trying to side draft coming out of turn 2.
Real's got a huge amount of speed, bumping ahead. That's from Steve Tucker. Tucker's been one of the best pushers all day long. He's led several laps too. He looks to try and push the harpoon machine with the bump. He tries to get Real to Real, the point he does.
Zachary Ward now coming back into the picture. You fell back late early in that last run, and now running third on that high line. Robbie Lyons thought his race was over, involved in multiple wrecks back to back.
Now the top 3 have cleared on by. Already Zachary Ward trying to figure out a way to get himself to the bottom. Robbie Lyons already 4th in the line as well. Now Nick Olsen quickly getting along. Real getting a bad bump. Now big check up at the top side. Under 8 laps to go.
Trouble, the 67. Alex Anderson gets bumped the wrong way by the 17. He'll go around off the nose of Mike Vano. Cautions out again.
And everybody joins in the party in turn 3. That developed fast. Like, too fast.
Is it safe to say green-white-checkered territory?
We're not in it yet, but we're close.
Talked about a little bit ago, Justin. That's what time is go time. And about 20, I think it was 28 laps ago, we talked about you don't know how high the intensity is going to get turned up for everybody, but most of these guys is going to be cranked to the max. So every single run, you got them, every single possibility of run. Just right on board with Alex Anderson here. Every bump you got to go for, every gap you got to go for. You just can't leave anything on the table. And I think that's what caused this wreck right here. I see a huge late hit.
I mean, I see
it there in slow motion. Anderson going around into the wall, and here comes Corey English.
And then, here comes the welcome party.
Yeah. I mean, smart move by Anderson to go against the wall and try to avoid everyone who was slamming in there at the end, but I'm pretty sure no matter what, he still got the brunt end of the damage.
Still 6 to go at the stripe. And a lot more cars with some damage. Van der Mark, Krohn, both of them, in fact. Wants to meet both legs. We'll take a quick break. We come back. The final restarts. You're watching the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast on Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Daytona, where the lights are now on across the super speedway. 5 laps to go at the stripe of the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast here at Maconi Entertainment. Once again, Justin Pritz with you. Alexander Balderas along with Brayton Lester, DJ Lyon, your producer this evening. As they get ready for the restart, let's get a word in with the leader. He's been in multiple 500-mile races this week, and now he hopes this is the one that ends up with success here today. We'll see if we can get a word now with Kenny Reel. Kenny Reel is the leader. You've ran over 1,000+ miles, near 1,500 miles. You've been in contention in now 3 of these 500-mile races. You've been in crashes in 2 or 3 of them. What's going through your mind right now as you have a chance to win this one?
Just keep it straight. Hopefully don't get in a wreck here and can bring this one home. That's what's going through my mind right now.
What's the biggest concern? What's it going to take for you to get this win and call your shot like you did this morning and this afternoon that you wanted to win no matter what?
Just control the high side here. Just work with my teammate, and hopefully we can bring it home 1-2. That's my biggest concern, is not being able to control the top line.
Let's get back to the team.
Appreciate it.
It's Kenny Rio taking a quick moment with us here. He's back with his teammates, and he's in control for the restart. He's raced a ton, to say the very least. This is a gut punch if you don't win the 500 miles, let alone after 3 attempts, let alone 5.
3 attempts, 1,500 miles worth of distance covered at one track in about the span of 4 days. It would be a real sucker punch if he didn't come home with it.
Not just that, but being so close every single time.
But with 4 laps to go, Rio's in control. It's Tucker in second, Zachary Ward in third, Robbie Lyons. He's been in multiple spins as of late. He's in fourth. Green, green, green. 4 laps to go. Final 10 miles.
Kenny's off to a great start on that outside lane. 51 is going to split it 3 outside. As we've seen these guys get more aggressive, that's the most aggressive restart I've seen out of the entire race. Going around the outside of your own line to try and advance your position and then cutting back into it, that's something that we don't see every day. Oh, hold on. We might have trouble, and yes, we do. The 8 goes around off the nose of the 17. Do we have a caution? Yes, we do.
Green-white-checkered territory as now Pierre Thompson continues to spin. Bumpers continue to fly around, and we're back under yellow. Matt Haas amongst those who goes around off the nose of, well, the 17.
So Mike Vano has been in a good chunk of the last couple of incidents here, and I don't know if it's him just, wrong place, wrong time, or just bad timing, or
almost identical to the Robbie Lyons wreck back on about lap 106. I mean, identical. I was going to ask Justin, was that a scheduled tweet you had there? But we are in green-white-checkered territory. We got 3 of them. See how many it takes to decide a winner.
Yeah, and now it takes just 2 laps, 5 miles to decide it. 3 attempts at a green-white-checkered available per race control, and we will go past the scheduled distance to decide this race and decide who gets the top prize. Kenny Rio is still the leader. Tucker, Robbie Lyons is in third, and a teammate of Nick Olsen in fourth. What a drive back for both of those Indy KC racing cars.
It's been an absolute comeback, especially for a lot of these guys. I mean, with how many people have been junked and the massive wrecks that we had just, a few laps ago, and the wrecks we've had leading up to this, the comeback for some of these guys has been absolutely insane.
I'm most shocked more so in Lyons than I am Olsen, because he's been spun twice in the past 30 laps.
And he sits third.
Robbie Lyon things?
I don't know. That real life experience really paying dividends in the iRacing virtual world.
The virtual to reality path helps a lot, to say the very least. But as they get prepared here, keep in mind, you also have Kyle Major, who set the fast lap, now back to 6th. Others, like 7 Hawthorne in the top 10. Lucky Dog, by the way. It's not Anderson. It's not Frangolis. It's not McConville. It's not Vandemark. It is the 10 car of Philippe Trubinski, who is going to go to 9 laps down. Give that driver credit. They're trying to push hard to see if they can steal some spots, since the next couple of cars in front are out of the race.
I mean, coming down the wire here, especially with 3 green-white-checkered, this can be 10 or 15 laps if we use all 3 in their time just right. I mean, he can easily, he's not going to get back on the lead lap, but he can definitely make up time ground here and get inside that top 30. And, there's no financial benefit or anything like that. But it's just pride, being able to say, hey, I was there, I finished 500 plus miles at Daytona. I finished, Daytona 500 here on iRacing. Not a lot of guys have done that. And just being able to say you did it is a huge accomplishment for a lot of these guys, especially from the TKC side of it.
Now keep in mind, this all is in the lead up to what's expected to be a busy week at Real World Daytona, mind you. Speed Week is essentially getting started pretty soon. As a matter of fact, correct me if I'm wrong, Brayton, you're supposed to be getting ready to go on an airplane soon.
Actually, I'm driving. That's what makes it even worse.
Oh, God.
So it's about 12 to 14-hour drive. And we got practice first thing Thursday, and got a ton of stuff to do Wednesday. So, and I haven't packed anything at all whatsoever. So we're doing great. Like, I'm talking like I just cleaned my fire suit out last night. I got word that my fire suit would not. I had a new fire suit being made, and I got word that I would not be here. Literally like the other day, and so now I had to put all reliable a fire suit I haven't washed since my 9th place finish at Salem last year in the Arkham Menard Series in October, and throw it in the wash real quick, hope for the best, and we're gonna try to win this NARCA race.
What are the odds you give yourself to win the race?
I'm going to try and make the field first. We got most cars since 2017 ARCA race. First DQ since 2017. Most ARCA cars at Daytona since 2016. I'm just hoping we make the field. I think we'll be good from there. I don't think we're going to win it, but I'm shooting for a top 10. We got 3 top 10 streak row going in the last 3 races for us last year. So I think we're getting the season with top 10. I'd be very happy. I'm sure most of these guys out here too in the TKC 500 presented by the Red Mist podcast would love a top 10 as well.
And with that being said, it's green-white-checkered territory. Again, if we take the white flag, it's a race to the checkered. If we get an instant before the white flag, we'll re-rack them and stack them for another attempt at a green-white-checkered. If we get to the 3rd attempt and there's a caution before the white flag, the race ends under yellow. Quite simply, this is for the win. 5 miles. Alex, what would you do to do this to get the win?
Well, it all comes down to what kind of plate man you are. Are you the kind of guy to go out to the lead and throw the riskiest blocks known to man to control both lanes and come home? Are you the guy to kind of try and sneak his way in, push second, all the way back up to first, and then try and swing back around the outside for a move? Or are you one of those guys to sit back and let everyone wreck for you? It all depends on what your strategy is to win, and we may see multiple.
Kenny Real in control. Steve Tucker alongside. 5 miles to go. Green-white-checker number 1 underway.
27 cars still on the lead lap, and it's Kenny Real out front and center with a huge run from behind. That's Steve Tucker in the one machine giving a push, but here comes Robbie Lyons. These 3 used the high side early in the race. It hasn't really worked a whole lot late in the race, but they're making it work now just in a moment of need. Kyle Major hopping up too, and Christian Babate leading the inside.
Keep in mind, those top 2 on the outside line are teammates. Tucker and Real work together well. But remember, the next 3 on the top are also teammates with a different group. Lyons moves to the bottom. He blocks a body. He tries to find friends as they get pushed hard coming to the white flag.
You have to do everything you can to try and win here at Daytona. Teammates, regardless or not, if you are hungry for it, you are going to go for the win. We take the white flag. We cross the start finish. Race is official no matter what happens here. Kenny Real leads as the 09 tries pushing the 42. Kenny is not clear. We have 3 cars, now 5 cars pushing each other at the same time on the bottom. And it leads the 42 to be pushed by the 9. We are 3 wide for the lead.
This is for the win. And
Wow, the 42! Get bagged!
They wreck hard for the win. First one through is a body. Second through is Christian Leonard. Can Leonard get the draft down in time to get to the 09? One last straightaway. One more block for a body. Christian Leonard coming through the whole wreck. Goes outside. Has the run. Christian Leonard steals it to win the TKC 500.
What a move. What a way to avoid the wreck there in turn 3. That is absolutely insane. He did everything he needed to do, and he did it all correctly and at the right time. Man, what a finish.
Christian Leonard was 6th on the final lap. Keep in mind, when he restarted this one for the green-white-checkered, he was in 12th. What a recovery for Christian Leonard. There's a crash in turn 3. 2 more cars have crashed to the bottom of the racetrack. You see the smoke there. But for Leonard, it doesn't matter. He's the winner. of this one.
Holding Kauser also went from 24th to 5th in that final lap. Hugged the bottom, hope for the best. T-boned a couple cars, but brings it home 5th after a race full of up and downs. Leonard and 7 Hawthorne, though, late, and they took the white flag, and they had a run going on the bottom late in that run. And, I mean, Robbie Lyons went down the block. Well, Lyons gets turned, and that puts Leonard in the catbird seat. Got 7 Hawthorne, too, coming up to celebrate with his friend.
From the mid-pack to the front of the pack in the span of 2 laps, Christian Leonard comes back from the big ones to take the win here on Maconi Entertainment. We'll take a break. When we come back, post-race coverage. You're watching the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Daytona for more coverage of the TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast, where it comes down to a green-white-checkered. Results per race control unofficial. The big one strikes again on the last lap. Here's a look, Alex says. This sparked pandemonium. Leonard was 6th at the time of this. Had a squeak on by as a body. Ended up trying to get by, and then this.
I mean, wrecks happen late at Daytona. There's no shadow of a doubt. There's no nothing about it. And that was, I think, the biggest wreck of the race. We saw a majority of the entire top 15 included into one humongous wreck, and that took out most, if not almost all of the possible contenders. And I think all of our picks were involved in that wreck as well.
I think everybody's pick was in it. I think everyone's favorite driver was absolutely in that one, except for a couple. But from that point on, you either block the bottom, block the top in terms of the race for the win.
Oh,
wow.
Man. Oh, man. We had a backflip. Wow. So, we didn't see this.
Wow. Lions complete a full corner on his roof.
Someone get the tarps out. Oh, man.
I lost my train of thought. Wow. That's an iRacing hit if I seen one.
Oh, man. Let's get some results on screen.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Race Control has noted to the drivers. Results are currently unofficial. Leonard, Vano, Abadi are amongst your current top 3. Hawthorne, Kauser, Casey, Lavender are amongst the top 7. Matt Haas is in 8th. Jake Ennis currently 9th. Brendan Devine amongst the many in the chaos. Look at the intervals past the top 4. That should say a lot after the big one. And 6 of those drivers in the top 10, they had to get back going after basically doing the spinnies here, Alex.
Yeah, and you just look down the field and it gets worse and worse as far as intervals go. In 11th, got Corey English, followed by Steve Tucker, Tristan Cotton, Nick Olson, Zachary Ward, and Derek Moore, Tate Catherine, Ryan Kilbashian, Joe Worthmer, and Christian Barker, and that 99 finishes 34.5 seconds back. That just shows you how massive that wreck really was. Puts it into perspective.
And as we continue to look through these respective results here on how this played out here tonight, a lot of drivers were in contention. Lyons and Rio amongst the big one in the end. Pierce Chrome was the last in the lead lap, mind you. The top 27 were at least within a lap. Most of those a lap down were part of the chaos in the end. Drivers like McConville, Thompson, Anderson, thinking what absolutely could have been with some of those drivers in contention all throughout the night, Braden.
I mean, some of these guys have gone from last to first multiple times, or not first, but towards the front. That's pretty much the name of the game. Being able to salvage a run and be there at the end. And, the first half of the race was fantastic, caution-free, 50, 60 laps. And then we just really turned the tempo and changed the mood of everything. And at that point, it was survival of the fittest. And I think that's what really defined the game, being able to manage your fast repair, be there at the end, and minimize that damage.
With that, we have drivers standing on by. In fact, we have drivers reviewing film as well. But as we're still waiting on things to get sorted out here fully, we can tell you at the very least on who took the checker flag. Unofficially, it's Christian Leonard who has the win. At least we'll see if there's any adjustments post-race control. But for you, Christian, what did you see in the chaotic final lap?
Well, first thing I want to do is thank the 18 car. We worked together at every super speedway pretty much, and that was no exception tonight. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been even anywhere close to being able to win that. I also want to thank the other Christian who didn't just wall me coming down the front straightaway. I've been in that position a lot, and it's really easy to get a little over-aggressive blocking down the final straight. But I'll be honest, I didn't see much on that final straightaway, I'll be honest. I was tucked up right behind the 18, and I saw somebody on the outside gets hooked left, and there was smoke. And I just kind of went down onto the kind of Daytona 24 backstretch bus stop area and kept my foot in it, and they all wrecked on my outside, and I got clear. And I figured I'd have a run down the straightaway, and that was possibly the longest that final turn and straightaway has ever felt to me at Daytona. Just trying to plan my move out, so I didn't get blocked. But it was a crazy last lap for sure.
It seemed like a crazy one, to say the very least. And keep in mind, you started off that restart in about 12th position, first of all. Second, what was going through your mind, you and your teammate, knowing you've been involved in a lot of the incidents? It was going to take a lot to happen, especially after the big one you were in with about 30, 40 to go.
Honestly, I mean, it was frustrating at the time because the game or the service kind of glitched a little bit and broke my radiator, and that caused the first big one that kind of set off the whole chain of all of them. Is the outside got checked up because I blew my radiator. Like on the first lap of the restart, couldn't go anywhere, and then people ran into each other from behind. But ever since then, we were just in the hole, kept getting involved in wreck after wreck, trying to move our way up through the field and pick the right lanes on the restart. And we kept just narrowly getting around a bunch of the smaller wrecks. And then we got around that one down the backstretch, and that put 7 in the top 10 and me just behind him. And I somehow managed to kind of weave my way under the 21 and get up to 7's back bumper, and the two of us were really good at pushing. So I kind of just laid on him, and we got the inside lane moving, and I knew we'd need something to happen down the back stretch to win it, but I honestly didn't expect the entire field to wreck. But we definitely got lucky with that one. But a win's a win, and I'll take it.
So in turn, how do you build off this momentum from here? Because on top of this race, you still have the battle, of course, going on for the TKC championship itself for the season. How do you look to build upon what is for sure a big win for you to win this 200-lap race?
It's huge. I mean, we got Talladega coming up, and so obviously that's gonna give me some confidence going into Dega. But I'll be honest, it doesn't really change the game plan all that much. I was already planning on working with 7 at Talladega, and it looks like it worked out pretty well for us tonight. But I've been kind of tired of getting second place. I think I have like 6 or 7 second place finishes this season. And only 1 win to show for it. So I've been kind of getting a little bit frustrated with second and third just about every race. And so I certainly didn't expect to win this one, but I'll take it for sure.
Any shout-outs you'd like to give before we let you go?
Want to go ahead once again, shout out 7. He's a fantastic drafter. Want to shout out TKC for putting on this event. I know it got a little bit stressful for him towards the end with all the wrecks and some people having choice words for each other, but I did really enjoy the event overall, and I'm glad for them putting it on. Thank you guys also for broadcasting.
Let's get Christian Leonard coming away with the checker flag tonight. Congratulations on winning the TKC Daytona 500 tonight.
Thank you.
Christian Leonard, take the time to speak, was second on track at the finish, 24th to second. It was an interesting night for Mike Fano. Don't believe he is standing on by currently. So we'll go next in line with Alex. This is Christian Abadi, third in this one. Alex, take it away.
Well, Christian, you come home third in what was a chaotic finish there at the end of a 500-mile race. TKC Daytona 500. You come home in third. Tell us how you did it.
Right place, right time. That's really about it. Did a really good job getting a good position probably the last 40 laps, I would say, with a couple teammates. So it was good help to be in that spot. And then green-white-checkers there at the end. Anything can happen, so you just gotta pick a lane and hope it works. And I lucked out. A couple teammates fell a little bit far back, but I mean, it is what it is. Daytona, stuff's gonna happen.
And I couldn't figure out a better way to put it. Daytona, things are going to happen. Well, you found everything to be happening in your favor there at the end. Give us a bit of a rundown of how your kind of race went overall, as this race was by no means a tame one there in the end.
Yeah, no, the first half of the race was pretty smooth. It was nice to have a green flag run pit stop there in the start. See where everything kind of cycled out. Got a group that fell back into the second group, got to work together. I think we found a little bit of stride, then a caution came out. From there, it was kind of hard. I don't think we had a green flag pit stop after that, so it was just kind of managing the fuel number and hitting the right pit window after that.
We did have a couple of pit scares almost in the middle there because of some of the fuel mileage that were going on due to the time of the cautions. What do you think was going through your head when you saw there in the last one we had, I think with about 39 to go and about 52 to go? What were your concerns about the fuel there?
Yeah, it was kind of just seeing how close you want to cut it and how much you want to bet on green-white-checkers. I mean, I think with this group and how the race was progressing with more cautions towards the end of the race, we were probably going to have these green-white cautions to go. So I think that was probably the safe bet. I mean, I ended up fueling all the way up for all 3 green-white-checkers because I wasn't going to take a chance and run out of fuel, because I was definitely putting it pretty close there, and at the around that 50-ish mark. So was able to come in and top off and make sure I was good to go to the finish there, because even if we had one more, I knew I was good.
Well, it turns out that some great calls there in the middle to late of the race gives you great positioning there at the finish. You come home third. Congratulations on your third place. Is there anyone else you'd like to thank Or is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, I just want to thank the whole Red Mist Racing team sponsored by this Red Mist podcast. Me and myself, Nate Lavender, Jake Innes. We had a big field. Derek Moore, Andy McConville, and Joe Wormter, and Nick Frangoulis. And special shout out to Joe Wormter for making all the liveries on our team today. So he did a really good job.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on your third place finish at the TKC Daytona 500. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Christian Abadi unofficially in the third spot. And as things continue on here, Seven Hawthorne's been amongst those looking at the tape at what just happened. He finished in fourth in the midst of the crazy finish. Well, in fact, the last of those in the main pack after the big one, he's with Brayton.
Seven, you've basically dominated I don't want to say dominated, but you've been the king of super speedways here in the TKC series and over on the NASCAR league side of things. What more did you need tonight? I mean, you were up front with Christian, and he credited a lot of his victory to you, but if you finally don't win one, what do you think you needed to make it happen tonight?
Honestly, the first incident with me and Christian, with like 40 to go, he had some sort of damage to his radiator because he started losing watts, and we just started dropping, and the guys behind, I mean, they hit him, and that kind of flipped our race upside down. But what I needed on that last lap was just not to get hooked in the right rear. The 11 spun down the track and hit me, so that killed any momentum I had. But if that didn't happen, I'm pretty sure we would have won that race. But all in all, to come on P4 after the race we had, I mean, it was a lot of ups and downs, peaks and valleys through the whole race. I'm just really glad we came on in one piece and finished in the top 5, and our teammate won, so we kept the team streak alive. So that's really nice.
Speaking of teammates, you and Christian were an unglueable bond almost this entire race. You were one of the most noticeable partners on track, and it was very present. You two ran 1-2, or at least controlled a line in the race for a good majority of it. How much would you say that affected your race, having someone you could work with, someone you could trust, someone that you could successfully go, and if you wanted to go up to the front, you could?
Yeah, that made the difference between me leading the race and being mid-pack. Me and Christian just can work so well. We can push each other more aggressive than anyone else, and we don't wreck from it. I'm not sure if you saw, but we was like offsetting to the left, and most people would have spun them out, but we was able to tandem around, and I mean, we were flying on that top line. We were hitting like at least 201, 202, so I knew that me and him can get hooked up, and we would go to the front. That was the plan. Just, I wish it could have ended in a 1-2, but I'm pretty happy with fourth, and I'm happy that he won the race. So another congrats to Christian on that win. He truly deserved that one.
Yeah, anybody you want to thank on this top 5 run here tonight in the TKC 500 presented by Red Mist podcast?
I want to thank all my friends, family, everyone that can do this with. My dad do this. He always tells me before the race, I got this, and he's always watching. So I made him happy today. Christian for being a good teammate, because sometimes you hang people out to dry, and he's never done that. So I'm really glad that didn't happen, and he was able to get one. All the sponsors that paid for this stream, Red Mist, Maconi, and to you announcers for sitting here to take the time and commentate us going in circles.
Yep. Thank you, Seven. That was Seven Hawthorne, 4th place finisher, led 15 laps tonight and brings it home fairly clean.
With that being said, I'd like to thank Christian Leonard, Christian Abadi, Seven Hawthorne for taking the time to speak with us during post-race coverage here on Maconi Entertainment. So with that being said, keep in mind, TKC still has its full-on season coming up. And with that being said, Alex, they still have a super speedway race left. In fact, the next race, as talked about by the winner, is Talladega. They've got a good warm-up in for Talladega already. What do you say, Braden, on that?
Oh, I got it. I'm here. Sorry. But they've got a great warm-up there for Talladega, indeed, because of Daytona. But there are some characteristics that are different, just like the Xfinity car, because they don't run the next gen in the regular league. They run the Xfinity body, and not only do they do that, they're going to go into the final round of 12, and especially at a wide track like Talladega, we may see 4-wide racing action. It's going to be an eventful packed race. I it's just going to be a good race.
Your final thoughts on everything as a whole, though, tonight, Braden, in terms of an exciting one, but in turn, we see how things played out tonight.
Over 500 miles of racing, over 4 hours of bumper-to-bumper action, and there was never a dull moment. The Touring Kart Championship Series definitely put on a heck of a show, I would say. I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. They only have 4 or 5 races left before they crown champion in their first NASCAR series. And for, I don't want to say a bunch of road guys, but I mean, they put on a crown jewel event, I'd say. I mean, this went on with a pretty good show.
Well, tonight's action that we saw on the racetrack, I couldn't believe my eyes. We had a great green first section, and then we had a crazy caution-filled second section of the race. You'll never know what you're going to get at Daytona, and that was proven here tonight.
That being said, an exciting race comes to a close here at Daytona. Once again, I'd like to thank you for tuning along for tonight's action for TKC National Series, and it's TKC Daytona 500 presented by Red Mist Podcast. The next time out, as mentioned, TKC is at Talladega, Monday, February the 19th, 8:15 p.m. the start time. Be sure to tune in here on Maconi Entertainment. With that being said, we'd like to thank you for tuning in for tonight's coverage, as well as our race sponsor, once again, in Red Mist Podcast, as well as our broadcast partners, Maconi Entertainment, Maconi Setup Shop, and of course, the Touring Kart Championship. Covering the action myself tonight, Justin Prince, alongside Alexander Balderas and Braden Laster, with DJ Line producing. Thanks once again for watching tonight's action, and we hope you stay tuned to our social media pages for next race. Thanks to the entire staff for bringing this racing to you tonight from Daytona. Once again, this has been a production of Maconi Entertainment. Congratulations to Christian Hunter, your winner from Daytona. We'll see you next time at Talladega.